Good afternoon or good evening, whatever time zone you find yourself in. Welcome into the Call of Duty Challengers Elite Series. This is Season 2. This is Week 2. More importantly, it's Day 3 of our season. So if you're just joining us, welcome for the first time. We've had a lot of fun last week, and we're going to continue that fun today. But more importantly, we got some matches we've got to get through, and I got to bring in one of my favorite people. It's my co-caster, Ellen Dream Crazy. Welcome into the broadcast. I'm so excited to see you. How you doing for week number 2?
I am excited. These games, I just feel like, they're going to get really heated up today because this is it. This is like what's going to set the tone for those qualifying rounds. The top 4 teams, they qualify for the next stage. So pressure's on, and I'm excited what we're going to get into today.
The pressure is certainly on. Speaking of pressure, let's take a look at the standings because this is where the teams currently sit. And more importantly, we have to talk about Rokkr Academy and Ultra Academy. Yes, the organizations get involved. They pick up new squads. We've talked about that before. But the important thing is they're both first and second in the groups. 4-0 record for Rokkr. Ultra 3-1, just about a map difference. But down the line, Vengeance at 3rd, Sukri's Bakery at 4th, and Revenge Tour at 5th. Ellen, this week is all about teams fighting for their spots within the middle of the pack or trying to knock off Ultra or Rokkr from that 1 and 2 spot.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, they're so dominant right now, Sean. I mean, and out of those 3 maps, I think in terms of Rokkr, like they haven't even lost a hard point.
Yeah.
So that is very, very scary. I mean, yeah, it was two search and destroys into control. So, I mean, you look at that and essentially that sets the tone. Like everybody essentially scrims and grinds hardpoint out. That's the map that, game mode that you want to take first map, but the fact that they haven't even lost one, that is really, really scary. And Ultra Academy, same thing. They are hot right now, just taking that cup this last weekend. And finally, I mean, these 2 teams, again, just the giants in the EU scene right now. And and they're always in the grand finals. So either which way, Sean, oh my goodness, I'm so excited. I'm so excited to see them go off.
It's going to be nuts, and I like the way you put that. They are the giants of Europe, and these are players who have been vetted, tested season after season. There's a reason they're on these specific teams, and more importantly, when we inevitably see them go head-to-head, specifically this season outside the Cup, that is going to be a match to watch. I don't care where you are. Get your butt in a chair and watch that match, but we have to get through our matchups today. Speaking of, let's take a look at the matchup itself because, well, it's Ultra Academy versus Sukri's Bakery to kick off our broadcast for Europe, followed by Vengeance and Sukri's Bakery for that match number 2. Then we take a bit of a break. We're away for an hour. We come back for North America. Stallions versus StrikeX and Ultra Academy versus UYU. So I'm seeing a theme here, Ellen. I'm seeing a theme of Ultra Academy in this matchup, in this schedule, and that tells me that both teams in both regions are playing quite well.
Yeah, for sure. And obviously, Ultra Academy in this region, as we touch on base again, still consisting of Harry, Vortex, Furious, and Beans. And overall, with that 3-1 record, 11-4 in the maps, Beans still carries that 1.38 overall KD. And again, they just took first place finish in Cup number 7, Sean. So overall, yeah, this is a hot, spicy team right now.
It's the magic of the Bean. I don't know how he does it, but he gets better every single game he plays. You look at the hard points, overall a 1.24. Then the S&D, a jump up to a 1.4. Then the control, a 1.6 in control. The dude is getting better every single game mode he plays, and he's honestly in the running for being one of the best players in Europe alone. Ellen, he is continuing the success he had from Cold War, and he's not missing a beat into Vanguard. There's a reason this team is in this spot because of him.
Yeah, oh no, for sure. But you know what? Even so, Sukri's Bakery.
Talk to me.
Okay. All right. On the other side of that, who they are playing against, Eric Boom, Sukri Super, and Yako, even though they're 4th, again, this is easily top 4 team, 2-2. These maps are close. Believe they the Super, obviously 1.34 overall KD, and what I see from this team, they haven't hit their ceiling yet. Okay, there's a lot of pressure on Eric Boom and Yako to step up in hardpoint because this stage they're not really performing the best. Last stage now in terms of KD, right? So we got Yako, who is sitting at a 0.83. It's not really the best because in terms of last season now, I think he was sitting much higher, like a 1.08 or something like that. So this stage around, they're kind of lacking in their hard points, and it just seems like holding is just a problem. They have a problem with their holds and pushing through that. So hopefully coming on like on this match, they can take that hard point because we know how important it is. And this is that magic that they need to figure out how to just put it together, because this team, I'm telling you, this is a good team. They just haven't hit their ceiling yet.
Sure, and some of the best ways you put it together is dependent on the maps you play and the way you play them in the series. And speaking of, I think we have some maps we got to look over. So Tuscan up first for the first two, followed by Gavutu Control, and then if needed, Berlin and Desert Siege to round out the series. And we were taking a quick look at this layout before the broadcast began. And Ellen, I mean, even just looking at the first two, Tuscan, we talk about one of the better hardpoint maps really for Sukri's Bakery, but it's also a map that Beans excels on. So again, those parallels come into play. What are you seeing for the first hard point and then following with the S&D that for Sukri's Bakery, they need to capitalize on today if they want to have a successful start to the series?
Yeah, I mean, for Sukri's Bakery, I think back, okay, so it was stage 1, day 2, week 2, right? They played Money Form, right? And they took them a 3-0. So we know this team has that potential.
Yeah.
On Tuscan right now, for this stage, they're 2-2. And in their favor for Ultra, they're 1-1. They need to capitalize on that. So Take that Tuscan. We need that sub pressure. We really need, obviously, Eric and Yako to step up. And you can't make those mistakes. Like, we've seen it against Rocker, I believe, on that Gavutu, where you make that one single mistake and a teams like Ultra Academy will just easily capitalize on it. So don't make no mistakes. You can't do it against them. And hopefully, I mean, for them, it's not going to be easy, but it's possible.
Yeah. And looking at the series as a whole, the biggest takeaway for Sukri's Bakery is the small mistakes or the small things that maybe you get away with in another series. You're not going to get against Toronto Ultra Academy. Exactly. You're going to have to play your best hardpoint, your best respawn. Again, this is one of the best teams in the region coming off a win in a reverse sweep fashion against the Rocker Academy in Cup number 7 for Europe that just took place about 48 hours ago. So if you're looking at the majority of this series, Ellen, it's going to come down to the respawns. If Sukri's Bakery can clutch up and they can find a way to get themselves through the opening first 2 games, probably have a good chance, but quickly want to, again, give some thanks and some love to Shane and John. These guys do what they do, and they're the best in the business at it. They allow us to do our job, and they give the viewers something to watch. We couldn't do it without them.
Heck yeah, the best. The best is the best. All right, well, as we see on this Tuscan here, we mentioned that Sukri's Bakery has not lost on this yet. And you see for this first hill, they remain in control on the lead with 22-3. And if you take a look at number 6, Yako early on that rotation, gets a very important kill on the Beans. And Sukri holding down this P1, Sean. It's looking pretty good start for Sukri's Bakery.
Yeah, one of the standouts last time we were able to watch Ultra Academy was Furious. I mean, the way he was able to break into hills, not only hold for time, one of the higher averages on his team, but also getting clutch 2 pieces left and right, able to hold down and secure. But when we look at the rotation, that's where Sukri's Bakery can make the most of their money today. If they can chain some of these hills together, and more importantly, get the kills when needed, you keep pressure on the outside, and you allow Ultra Academy to get a little bit sloppy with their engagements. But even here, Yako and Sukri trying their best to stay into the point. It's Harry who opens up with 2. Beans now up. He drops. Pretty good hold from Sukri's Bakery early on.
Yeah, and you mentioned from Furious too. Pretty good break there as he's leading the charge, and Ultra Academy, they're actually set up in a really, really good position because they still actually have that mid spawn. All they really need to do here, Sean, is just kind of keep the pressure off, maybe keep him off the point, but they really just need to move back. So kind of just holding those middle lanes, as you see, kind of Steve doing just that. And on the other side, you have Furious doing just the same. Now, look at that! Cleared everybody off the map, and they have control over new. This is going to be very, very important for Ultra to hold because this is essentially going to put him back in the lead.
Yeah, and this hit will pay dividends down the line. Yeah, absolutely. And that's what you want at this point because you're more than happy to give up the early rotation if it means that you keep them contested for 20, 30 seconds at a time. You just make sure no one gets that hill time. So it's neutral across the board. But again, this hill will pay dividends if they can lock it down for a good chunk. You're looking to get back into this game. That really comes off the back of the sub. Steve-O is usually a lightning in a bottle, but you try to follow him through the middle of the map, maybe contain him a little bit more. You get lucky with a couple of breaks. Still inside Sukri's Bakery, again, sitting at 2-2 in their rankings going into the start of this season. This is a big week for them. If they want to bounce back, potentially move into that top 4, or at least solidify themselves, I should say, in that top 4. They need to come out with a win against Ultra Academy, but so far so good in the opening hardpoint.
Indeed. I mean, and what a break from Sukri's Bakery as well as, you know, just Yako doing such a fantastic job of slaying around the point, and Ultra Academy is going to end up chalking that very huge gunfight for Harry as he pushes on along this grass side, but Yako able to pick up the trade. And ultimately here, you just see Stevo kind of just working around the back and anticipating it again. Yako popping off, rotating in lane to lane, did a fantastic job at slaying out. And Ultra from the front, contesting from the back. It's still Sucre's Bakery who have spawn.
And shout out to Sucre's Bakery from holding numbers at least 3 up, so they've been able to secure spawns that can continue to contest, more importantly, fight over this time. You get about 30 seconds to go, but Harry wants to deny as much as possible. There's the break for Ultra Academy and the win from Super and Fire, but I think the damage is done for the moment. If you're Sucre's Bakery, you've already got the majority of the time in the first 3-4 hills. Now you worry about rotating, but also just contesting a little bit, but there's really not a need to throw this many bodies at the point. You don't want to feed streaks. Stevo now in a little bit of a roll. He's got 2 in a row, 12 and 10 in his name, but he's going to escape with his life, early hit the rotation all the way to our next hard point, and that's the call for Sucre's Bakery. There's no need for the final 4 seconds. We'll see them on the rotation.
Yeah, a lot of pressure for Stevo right now as there's 3 members of Sucre's Bakery on the rotation, and yeah, that was really hard, essentially just being alone there. And now, I mean, Sucre set up just as easily. I mean, spread across the map, really. Doing such a fantastic job is just holding each lane down, and I'm not really seeing there we go. I was gonna say I'm not really seeing a lot of teamwork and capitalization from Ultra, but as I say that, there you go, 2 from Stevo and a nade from Beans, able to capitalize on this time now. With 25 seconds left, you see Beans on the tail and a huge gunfight, but Super wins it. And Super, you talk about Super, what a phenomenal player. Not the best start from him in this game, of course, just warming up, but my goodness, he has been phenomenal throughout stage 2 here, Sean.
Yeah.
And just overall, I was gonna say, he's kind of switching off between the automaton and the sub, and then not really having super much success right now, but either which way, still a close margin. Ultra Academy is doing a fantastic job at kind of coming back on this game.
And the lucky thing for Sucre is that Beans has been relatively quiet. I mean, usually a guy who starts lining up the kill feed right about now in our second set of rotations back to our P1. Beans at 12 and 11. You're looking at a situation where that AR could really spell the difference in this game. But again, with all of these things happening, it's only about a 30, 40-point game. And that's a blessing right now for Ultra Academy as they have more than enough time and chances to continue to make this one close. Sucre's Bakery holding the early points, and Super able to find another. That's all white in the kill feed, and that just means it's all time for Sucre's Bakery. Yeah, we're worried about P2 on the bottom side of your minimap, but I'm more worried about if Eric Boom wins this gunfight. He does. That's a big one. Now you can start to work to secure spawns. He's already up for new. That's just a picture-perfect hold and break and rotation for Sucre's Bakery.
Indefinitely. And last time around on that first set of rotations, it was Yako to win the gunfights on the rotation on that patio side. So such a huge rotation kill, and it just seems like Sucre's Bakery is always there first. So now you see as they hold, Stevo gonna try to push on through the back, does get stunned, so that information is out that he's there. And the instant turn from Yako, he does take him down, and Harry is not able to get the trade. And again, Yako with the rotation kills and the hold does a fantastic job. But like you say, Beans just takes a minute to heat up on a 5 streak and pushing through the front, gets the kills, and now the rotation thinking about that as Sucre's Bakery do still kind of pinch onto this, but not wanting the lead to slip away. Beans still goes off, and not before he falls. It is still Ultra Academy that has his time. 14 seconds left on the point, Sean. Rotation kills is going to be important. The race is going to come on through, but you see Sucre's on that rotation. Is going to be set up. He's going to have 3 members of Ultra flooding on in.
Well, Eric is now on the hunt. Try to fly into the front of the hard point. He needs to win a big one around the fountain. He will. He's gotten a couple of key kills, and he's able to sneak through on the back contest of our last hill. And yet again, he's going to be one of the entry subs you're going to have to deal with, let alone worrying about Sucre in the far back with that AR. Super's now pushed up into broken. If he finds anything church window, that's a big win on a Harry, but instead, Ultra Academy win the opening 2 kills, and now it's up to them. What can they do in this situation to get themselves inside the point? Here comes the potential contest, but Eric Boom yet again, still alive and still inside the hard point. Here comes the contest from Ultra. They finally find their way in, but it's ARs and subs in the back they have to worry about. Super alive. Yako with the trade. That's a great team bait right there. And Harry, really the only one in position to help. He gets cut down. Eric Boom back in position. This has been a phenomenal hold from Sucre's Bakery. They are just picking apart Ultra.
Yeah, absolutely. And like you have Yako obviously getting set up, picking up those kills, and then Eric flanking around. Like it's just that constant rotation that they keep doing that is so executing so well and essentially getting those trades. But still, Ultra Academy set up on that church side. You see, spread across the map. Now, 3 members. Now, this is the bad thing, though. They have 1 member in the back, Yako, who is waiting for a pinch from the front. And ultimately, Ultra is getting the kills. But no, it's again 3. 1 from Eric, Yako, and Super to clear out the point, and Sukri to clean up. So, just like that, Sukri just break.
Well, they can win it on this hill. You can end the game here if Yako continues to fly the way he is. 4 in a row. You got Super now on the wings. If he finds anything, it just stalls the front push from Ultra, but Ultra trying to regain numbers on the outskirts, and as they push up 2 at a time, make it 3, it's a 4-man hit from the front. Here come nades to fly out. Harry will connect with 1, but it's a bit of chaos right now inside the hard point. For the last 20 or so, Ultra Academy make their way inside. They manage to break. Can they hold for long enough? You don't even really need to contest this at this point. I know that Sukri's Bakery want to end it here, but you still have a couple of hills you can play through. 3 dead. Harry able to stay alive, but maybe the damage is done here. Now the rotation back over to P5. The nades are going to be out in full force. You have to worry about that from Yako's POV. But right now, it's just winning your individual gunfights. So far, so good.
Oh, yes, that was it. That was a huge kill from Steve-O. He had to kill Yako to clear him off the point, but it's 235 to 148. They have to flood on in. They have to flood in now, but Yako, currently on a 3 streak, does manage to pick up a kill, and the nades come in. Super. Yako still continuing to go off. He does push out Patio, but Harry takes him out, and now Sean, 2 set points, seconds left. That is it. Sukri's Bakery, they have to flood on in now. Ultra does stop at 249 to 150, Sean. That's it. Eric Boom does clear up the last kill, and Sukri's Bakery win it on that scrappy of a P5 hill, but still ultimately comfortable throughout the whole way, I would say. It just felt like they remained in the driving seat, Sean, the whole entire time.
Well, that's absolutely correct. They were comfortable, and I give a lot of credit to Eric Boom. We said he needed to step up in the hard point, 33 and 25, but he was constantly being a nuisance in the hills. Every single time he was back up contesting, he was in position to at least trade, contest, or push forward to make the gunfights a little bit more difficult. Ultra Academy never seemed like they were able to get a solid grip on the hill, and they weren't able to chain things together. It was just this constant war of attrition that, more importantly, Sukri's Bakery were winning, they were dictating, and they were so good at holding down.
Yeah, indefinitely. And then you think about those rotational kills. I feel like, obviously, all right, the P1 hill off the break, sometimes they say in hardpoint, your breaks will make it, like, that can set the pace of the game. And it seemed like Sukri's Bakery had that. But then it was those first, off the break, the rotation. Yako had the kill. And then who had it again? Eric, second time around. They were easily picking up those rotational kills. And although Ultra Academy was doing such a fantastic job at breaking in some situations, it was the holdings, too, and that was the problem.
It's going to be tough to break if you can't hold, right? Like, they go hand in hand. There's a duality there. There's a dichotomy.
Exactly.
If you can't hold a hill, odds are you're probably not going to be able to break one, because once you break, you're going to have to hold. But here are the stats for game 1. 250 to 151 was your final scoreline. And I got to tell you, even with what seemed like a majority of hills we could play through, it was never really close. Sukri's Bakery needed to steal the opening hardpoint on Tuscan. We talked about it being one of their better map mode combos. For a game 1 start, not bad. 20 and 23 turned around for Sukri. Yako had a very solid game, Super about as good as you could ask, and Eric Boom led the charge. This was the Eric Boom we saw in Cold War. This was the guy who was turning heads across the board. He really, really stepped up. 20 untraded kills, and he was doing damage. 3,200 across the board. He was the MVP for game 1 for me.
Oh, yeah, and I feel like in a way, too, if this was the plan, Gavutu. You don't want to play Ultra Academy on Gavutu, because I don't even think, even in terms of control, they lost on it. So play them on Tuscan. That's obviously your better map. This was the map they needed to win to potentially take the whole series, and they did just that. And we already know, obviously, Search and Destroy is one of their better suits. Such a fantastic job. As we go into this, a lot of the snipers we've seen in the past, Super and Sukri just kind of trade off on that. They balance each other well, and then Ultra Academy do kind of the same thing, like across the board in Search and Destroy. I mean, I think they've only lost once, and that was on Tuscan. So as we look at the S&D leaderboard, let's take a look at that. You know, let's see what we got cooking up here.
Well, I'll give credit to Ultra Academy for not only the reverse sweep yesterday, or excuse me, 2 days ago in the Cup number 7, but they've gotten better in their S&Ds. That was a question mark going into this season. They've certainly tightened it up, and I think the addition of Furious has really helped. But Harry at a 1.93, and more importantly, 70%, around 70% of his kills are untraded. So whether that's first bloods, whether that's between the action, you're looking at potentially 3v2s, 2v1 situations, he's getting kills and he's getting away with his life. That is huge when it comes to S&D, and Harry has always been that good. He's always been that consistent, but across the board, I mean, within the top 5, you got 2 players from Ultra Academy rounding that out. Ellen, this is a very good team.
Yeah, no, for sure. And I mean, you mentioned Beans, the Magic Bean 1.42 on that. And yeah, I mean, overall, between these two teams, and then of course Super, I mean, it's gonna be spicy, man. I don't know, the momentum from that first map, and it's a Tuscan, that's what's good. I'm just, oh my god, Sean, I'm so excited. That's what's kind of scary though.
Yeah, well, going into this, I mean, if you want to take quick highlights and takeaways for Sucre's Bakery, you have to shut down Beans. You have to shut down Harry. We look at just from a statistical advantage. If you shut down Harry and Beans, odds are you're going to have a pretty easy S&D. But with that, on the other side for Super, he's kind of the one that stands out the most to me, is because not only does he lead statistically for his team, but he's been one of their better and more consistent, I should say, S&D players. Eric Boom seems to be in final form today. He's playing very, very good. But across the board, it's going to have to be a team effort like it was in the hardpoint for Sucre's Bakery to come into this S&D on Tuscan, same map, and have the same success that they had against Ultra Academy like they had in the hardpoint, Ellen.
Yeah, no, for sure. And that's a lot of like where that pressure is. Sometimes on Tuscan, we might see a lot of those mid pushes favorably for that A bomb site. So a lot of aggression towards that mid we might see. And those opening picks maybe in snipering on that grass side. So ultimately, obviously, we know in Search and Destroy, first bloods, of course, important.
Yeah, they're kind of nice. Uh-oh. We may have lost Ellen. I will call the mothership. We'll get her back. We will get Ellen back. Don't worry, folks. I'm still here. I know that's depressing to most of you. Let's go. She's here.
Yeah,
okay.
Hi.
Whew. Yeah, the universe didn't want me on a solo camp for too long, so I'm glad you're back. Welcome. How are you?
Yeah, I was like,
you were making a good point.
Are you trying to hit me offline right now, Sean? Because
why would I do that?
Do you think I
just want that stress?
Wager at the moment.
You think I want that stress in my life right now, Ellen? I can't handle that.
God, please don't do that to me. But no, I was just saying, I don't even remember what you guys heard, but listen, we go into this Super X Factor. Watch out for him. First bloods, important. We know that.
I love it.
Yeah, I don't know at what
point with the passion.
I froze. That was weird.
You know what? I gotta pull your router more often. You come back with a passion. I love it.
Yeah, passion, ready to go. It's almost as if I'm playing.
Me.
You know what I mean?
I was the one in the wall socket. You know, doing what I do.
I just heard, no, we lost Ellen. No, I'm here, I promise. Oh, all right. As we mentioned, the mid pushes. Ultra Academy does just that. And Super, awaiting it to bottom church, does take down Furious, and the plant does come in from Stevo, 4v3.
Well, they do get the plant off, so that is a positive going into this. But Harry might walk away with a kill or two. We'll get one. Maybe the second. That's a weird challenge, but Eric Boom guns him. Oh, okay, Harry. Unfortunate loss there, but regardless, numbers advantage to Sucre's Bakery. Not a lot of time. Are they going to stick? I think they might. This has been a weird development in the post-plant positioning, but here comes a defuse. Yep. Eric Boom with the peek. Eric Boom. Oh, Bates! Oh, Bates, he gets both! Oh, Super's last alive. It's a 1v1. Now he's on the hunt for the defense. Oh, it's all crumbling. Beans, he's so good. It doesn't matter. He doesn't have enough time. Oh, Beans just went massive.
That was huge. Oh my goodness. And that just that happened so fast. It was so squirrely. Instant challenge from Eric Boom on that trade. That, you're right. That was a weird kill, first of all, because I instantly thought that Harry had that.
That was an ego chow. 100%.
That was, such an ego chow, but hey, he got the kill. Then Yako sticks it. But that played so fast from Beans to peek it. Such a huge kill. And then, of course, Stevo died. I think Stevo died the grass side. But wow, what a place from Beans. That was the Magic Bean. That's what they needed. Here we go. Again, fast plants in. Super, first blood, and the trade in from the nade. Fierce takes him down. Quickly with the fast round, though. Quickly. Oh, peek. Stevo does take down Yako, and now back up quickly. Regroup. Hold down church. They know bomb is down. And the rap is going to come in. But look how fast they're moving.
Well, it's off to Steve-O. Bomb now down. And Eric Boom in a very precarious spot. Not a lot of wherewithal or tools in that toolbox to be able to make this one happen. You do have the weapon at range, but you just don't have the line of sight for the moment, especially with Bomb being as close as it is towards A. One on the wing. It's going to be Harry who might spot him. Just one peek is all it takes. But Eric Boom being able to sneak up. Did Harry see him? I think he might have. I think Harry might have an idea. They're going to keep Harry back. And even if he doesn't, I mean, Furious is in position. Yeah, there's really nowhere you can go as long as they know that Bomb is on site like they do. 2 rounds in a row for Ultra Academy, and how quickly it started off of Super's early first blood, but an immediate response from Furious with a nade.
Yeah, instant traded right there. And that middle alley, like, you have to be careful, of course, because those pre-nades there, but still very clean round, nothing really too crazy. It's just playing very together. Ultra Academy, and that's what they did. They capitalize on their kills very well. Grouping up, of course, but now kind of a spread across the map. You see that bomb on the attacking side. Ultra Academy kind of swinging it towards grass. You see Furious kind of holding down patio. And he might come in contact with Eric, but hey, huge first kill from Harry, and the stun comes out from Eric, but still...
Nice.
It's Furious able to clean it up now. It's a 4 versus 2. The side of Ultra Academy.
This is a textbook push-up right now. Beans gets the first blood. He can move into Church. Furious gets the second. He moves into P5. And from here, I mean, you have complete control and eyes across mid-map. That bomb needs to go down much sooner than it did. Super opens up on a Harry, so Church gets a little bit easier to maneuver through, but one in the lane, it's going to be Furious who has to rotate towards site. Yako gets cut. Steve-O with the kill. Now on a 3-on-1. It was a very well-orchestrated round from Ultra Academy, but a little bit sloppy when it comes down to the plan. Super now behind. Can he get there in time to make a play? I don't know if he will. He'll catch one. He'll get away with his life.
Yeah, they weren't there for the trade, so now ultimately, if he could just single out a single player, he has 30 seconds left, and Super knows that someone's lingering around Church, so if he can pick this player off, he knows exactly. He's looking right at him, but ultimately just tagged up. The time is going to be the issue here. He's not going to have enough time, so kind of just playing for the pick, not really for the defuse would be the play. Maybe just build up your streaks. He's on 2, but still not able to find 1. Maybe not. Beans with the challenge. Super just still kind of peeking around. I mean, nothing really crazy, but yeah, ultimately, Sean, there's nothing really you can do. Ultra Academy set up so well, and take that round very, very comfortably.
That was just textbook setup and post-plant positioning in a 2v1. I mean, and if you get one kill from Super, any direction, whether you're looking back towards the alley and fountain or whether you're looking up towards top church, whatever way you get that kill, it doesn't matter. You're probably going to get peeked and or traded. That was great positioning from Ultra. Almost impossible.
Somebody needs to help out Super.
Well, you might get it with a snipe.
Sukri and Yako. Really looking to step up.
That nade shouldn't catch anything. More designed for info. Eric Boom wins the opening in church. First blood and second. Untraded now. 4v2. Numbers advantage once again. Sukri's Bakery in the round, but can they close it out? Well, they might have a chance here. Super, surely the challenge will work out in his favor. And this might be their first round.
I'm not sure if I agreed that challenge from Steve-O right there. That was a little bit interesting. Sorry, but I was a little stuck on that play because I was like, all right, he knew where he was. He's stun checking. He's got this kill, but very, 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 very much so the ego chow. I feel like still Ultra. I mean, they can essentially do it, right? When you have that, when you feel like you have that control, just insta chow. Let's go.
Yeah, you're up 3-0.
It's
a 4v2.
Hey, why not? Stun check.
But one kill could really swing the round. You never know.
Yeah, but still, Sukri's Bakery, that was a swing round that they essentially needed. But still, stun checks in. Beans is essentially aware, tries to throw out a nade, and ultimately that bomb is getting set up onto A. The planet is in, and Harry, look at this. 3 members of Sukri's Bakery could get the other end of his barrel, Sean.
Yeah, that was a good bait. Nice shot by Yako. He gets in position, and he just pulls the AR off site. And then you have Eric Boom get in a spot to be able to get a trade. I mean, again, it's a textbook round so far from Sucre's Bakery. They're playing all these kills correctly, even though Harry does pick up Eric Boom. All the action's happening on the opposite side of the bomb. And as A is now under control, Sucre's Bakery have made it almost impossible to rotate through mid, but we're watching the wrong way. We're watching the wrong way! Harry almost on the 1v3! And they get on bomb for the defuse. Plenty of time. Everybody take a breath. Calm down. A big win by Sucre's Bakery. I felt my legs give out. Okay.
Oh my gosh. I did too. Like I was like, could you imagine
that
if there was like a split second that maybe he like waited, reloaded, and then peaked again? Like I feel like he would have had that instantly.
Dude watched Illy and he was like, yeah, I can do that. Oh
I
god.
can do that. Oh my gosh. Do not want to be on the other end of that barrel. My goodness, Harry. That makes me think of, I don't know if you were watched that Mutineers game when Miles kept saying, "You're a wizard, Harry," with the Dave Patty. I loved that. That just makes me think of that. But seriously, you're a wizard. That's crazy. Still, look at this now. Attacking side, Sucre's Bakery. Furious is going to have two come in contact with him, and he takes the two. Huge two-piece and huge stop. Super now. Gonna have the stun check in and have the challenge in, but Furious gets the third now, Sean. This is absolutely insane. Do not challenge patio side, Furious says, because you're gonna go down. Now Sucre's left in a 1 versus 4.
I mean, if you can just do what Furious did with the sub, it's possible. It's entirely possible. Then again, good things come to those who wait. 4 rounds for Ultra Academy. 2 away from tying out this series. The Tuscan S&D, where they've made many improvements. So far, it's paying off. I mean, if Harry wins the 1v3, this game's on match point. But right now, very commanding lead. Harry 6-4, 6-3 for Furious. And it really helped that he found 3 kills in a matter of 12 seconds. On the other side, it's been super leading the charge, but everybody else struggling to find their footing. Bomb again. Gonna make its way towards A, but right up the gut we go. And Furious gonna go right up to top fire. I love this play.
Absolutely.
I love this play.
Instantly with the 2, Sean. And Beans obviously on the other side with the snipe on the Sucre. So now, again, just Sucre's Bakery just fall. Eric Boom left alive at B. And the bomb is going down.
Well, if you take a gander over at your minimap, there's probably not a lot of ways that you're going to be able to get unseen towards the site. So you're going to have to take a gunfight. And with that, we're going to sit in the back of the map. Because there's no reason to feed streaks. Furious is on 5. But this is about as ironclad of a defense as you're going to have on the site. So we got 18 seconds. Ellen, how's your day going?
I was going to say, would you try to do this?
No,
like, if
are
it
you
was
crazy?
A
There's no chance.
Hey,
no.
If I would.
I play the smart way. I do what it takes to win. I don't care if it's a round. I'm not feeding streaks. This has been fun. We appreciate you guys watching today.
But then
that's a round.
Yeah, then again though, if I had an MP40, yeah. I mean, maybe,
You're chowing, 100%. You'd chow that.
Why not? Give it a try. What's the worst he could lose?
I mean, I would have to hope that I know kind of who plays where, so I don't run into Furious. He's on 5.
Who's on a 5? Yeah, I was gonna say, who's 5 streaked out right now?
Like, if you know where he's at, okay, then maybe challenge everybody else, but I don't even want to risk it. Match point now. 5-2. Ultra Academy have had their way in this S&D, and they get first blood from Harry yet again. There's a reason he leads the region in S&D KD. Damn near a 2.0. This Sucre might not be long for this world.
Opening pick, though, might be a potential. But still, 3 members of Ultra Academy on this grass side. And the bomb is actually, look at the bomb. It's actually going middle through church, but Sucre does fall the grass. And you do see Yako and Eric kind of rotating through middle, but it might be able to get this opening pick, which is huge. Yako does get it, and the trade doesn't come in from Steve-O, so he does get away with his life. And Eric does pick up the trade, so now this is a 2 versus 2.
Mm-hmm. Watch the cross get the bomb down now. I know they don't have the information, but that's the best case scenario. This long rotation from Ultra Academy gives them more time to understand that B is wide open. And they might commit, but oh my god, they're behind. Oh, they're so cheeky. They're in position. Harry gets the first. Yako's got nowhere to go. Bomb is down. And you just let Furious go on the rotation. Draw this round out as long as possible till you can pinch together. Yako's got nowhere to go. That's just so well done from Ultra Academy. Tippable in the end. They get the S&D. They tap the series 1-1.
Hugely tippable. And I mean, look at that. Furious just turned up and went on a 6 streak. Like the fact that Sucre's Bakery, like they weren't able to trade him out patio that one round. It's like he just turned up from there. And ultimately, like you said, very textbook, very clean from Ultra Academy. And do not let Harry get into that top fire broken spot window because my goodness. The AR is nasty. It's like seemed like no one could shut him down.
Yeah, he's pretty good. And when Furious is picking up 2 or 3 kills around with a sub, all of a sudden, S&D's become a lot more confusing. And I just got to say that tip of the cap to Ultra Academy for the way they played this one. And it really started to open up with the first couple of rounds where it seemed like, okay, we're in for a couple of 1v2, 1v3 fests, but the ARs did their job. They picked off the first blood. They got those following crosses, and the subs were able just to eat. Furious was in position where even when challenged, he was winning gunfights. Steve-O, we barely talked about, but did his job, and Ultra Academy just kept it clinical, clean, precise, all of those together. It was just a very good S&D.
Yeah, I mean, well, essentially, yeah, he did what he needed to do. I think they're like Harry, essentially Harry and Furious just did their thing. Look at that. No trades coming through. And again, Super wasn't able to clean that up there either. And just right up here, instant, no trades. Again, it happened twice, 3 times. And you know, there was a couple of moments where they showed signs of life where they maybe Sucre's Bakery could have capitalized on it, but still, again, First Bloods, Ultra Academy, OP, Harry, Furious, it's kind of going off.
Yeah,
did their thing.
And the big question mark in S&D was, at least going into the season, was, you know, how are the ARs going to pick up some of the slack? I think the addition of Furious outside of the Tuscan sub pressure, like the addition of Furious in S&D has clearly helped. This team looks much more composed in S&D. They have a game plan, obviously, but they're winning their big engagements. They're converting their kills into big rounds. Furious at 9-3, Harry at 8-4. Like, you have an AR and a sub doing that. Everybody else just has to show up. At that point, that game's done, and we move to our control, which we currently have on Gavutu. So this becomes a much more interesting series now. The S&D in favor of Ultra. They're able to close it out in a reverse sweep fashion against Rocker Academy in the 7th Challengers Cup earlier in the weekend. So clearly the S&D is working out. Now we go to a control where, again, Ultra Academy, a very good control team. Talk to me, Ellen, about Gavutu and what Sucre's Bakery got to do.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, it's those ARs that really need to step it up. I mean, obviously, okay, we're done. Scratch the Tuscan. But I'm really looking at Sucre because even in the Tuscan and the Search last time around when they played it, like, didn't perform the best. Again, here, didn't perform the best. So when it comes to this Gavutu, like, we really need those ARs to step up and take down Harry if you can. But again, you look at Ultra and they haven't lost on Gavutu at all at this stage. So that's going to be really tough to beat, but you're going to have to shut him down somehow. And this is the place to do it, of course. And as you take a look at control right now, Beans, number 1, 1.59, 76.2 non-traded kills. Insane from Beans.
That's the story for me going into this control is if you can't clean up Beans, if you can't at least pull him out of position, if you can't at least trade him, he's going to be a nuisance. He's going to be a problem, and that will spell victory for Ultra Academy going into this control. For Sucre's Bakery, it really comes down to the AR's execution. And I know we've talked about that ad nauseum at this point in the season, but it is true. Like, at this stage, your ARs have to be essentially in mid-season form because, guys, next week, we get to playoffs. We get into a position where we're having teams play for multiple tens of thousands of dollars and crowning our Stage 2 champions. So this is now the time for all of that orchestration to come together, for your ARs and subs to be in the same position, in the same situation. And now, looking at this, I mean, that's what scares me right now, Ellen, is that Beans, slow, hardpoint, decent at best, S&D, you have a control, which, again, if he just shows up on, all of a sudden Ultra Academy are up 2-1. Sucre's Bakery, like they did in the hardpoint, have to have a full team effort to be able to steal this control away and go up 2-1 in the series, potentially send this one the distance. But, Ellen, we do it rarely. I'm going to do it now. Predictions for the control. What are you feeling?
Ooh, that's tough.
You must suffer.
That's really tough considering of what, like I said, you look at Harry and Beans and how Furious just played. I think, honestly, I really think Ultra is going to take this one just
Wow.
because, again, they haven't lost on
Based.
it. They are very comfortable with this map mode combo. And again,
Yeah.
this team is just stacked overall. I just don't. If you can match and shut down the ARs, if you're Sucre's Bakery, you can take this. That's it. That's all I really see. They have to be able to do that.
You're very based.
Very
That's
based.
a good thing. That's a good
like
thing. You're
it.
very
Just
based.
Straight to
Listen,
the
it's
point.
okay. Straight to the
we can
point. I
sit
love
here,
it.
We can talk about it and we can analyze it, but at the end of
Yeah.
the day, Ultra Academy is obviously a more consistent team. Okay. Not saying that Sucre's Bakery isn't good. They're a top
Mm-hmm.
4 team, but there's still some inconsistencies there. I feel like they still haven't hit their full potential.
Sure.
And again, we said that Eric needed to step up. He did that in the hard point. We need that in the control as well. And same with Yako. So that,
Yeah.
just got to have that consistency and able to capitalize on moments, because you can't. If you make a mistake, teams like Ultra Academy will capitalize on that and you will
Yes.
get punished. So straight to the point, take down the ARs if you can, lock down those lanes. Obviously, P1 we know, anti-air gun important. A lot of teams, try to essentially avoid the mid lanes, but you want to essentially, maybe just try to get A as fast as possible. Don't spend too much time working towards that B site, but ultimately at the end of the day, it's those ARs locking down those lanes, baby.
Well, luckily, if you're a Sucre's Bakery fan, which their logo reminds me of the Bittersweet Squad from Black Ops 3, they played Kabuto once, and they've already won it on control. Yeah, you like that little throwback right there? That was a great open bracket team. Bittersweet, the cupcake with the guns. Yes, it was a great
Jake
open bracket
Grimrice
team,
was
even though
on
they
that,
won
right?
like once. Yep. I remember. I think it was. I don't want to say champs. Maybe it was the final. It was the final.
Anaheim. I think it was Anaheim.
game. What did they beat Envy?
I think.
Remember?
They made pools, I think, and I think actually too, or they played. I know Jake. He beat Mind Freak. It was maybe Mind Freak.
That was a fun
I can't
game.
remember, but that was a throwback.
That
I
was a
remember
throwback.
that.
It's the cupcake. What can I say? I like the old logos, and I like Kabuto Control even more. Welcome into the latter half of this series. We're into Game 3. If you're just joining us, welcome. I missed you. Come hang out. It's Ultra Academy versus Sucre's Bakery. We're tied up 1-1. Ultra Academy took the Game 2 S&D, and now we're on board with Stevo as he does a little bit of ring around the rosy and is seeing ghosts because no one has appeared.
And definitely, and I mean, kind of a good break there from Sucre's, but again, you make a mistake and Ultra Academy will capitalize on that. But still, on the attacking side, they do flood the LST ship. You see 2 members, Harry, kind of locking it down, shooting that mid lane, and still, Sucre's Bakery able to clear off the point at least. No tick of progress acquired, but Bean still, never mind, gets taken down by Super. There we go. You know how electric he's been playing all stages. And still, it's Stevo that's kind of roaming down that LST ship that gets taken down. But ultimately, kind of just back and forth even here. 20 and 20 in lives, and
Yep.
still kind of a clean game so far.
Couple of big wins, couple of big ticks, couple of big kills. So far, so good. Purple on the kill feed, even if it is your teammates. On to A we go. Ultra Academy now, trying to put numbers in the point. Yako let that nade fly, but yet again, they're not getting the kills where they need to. Tied up, it's Stevo through the back, and he might find one more. Sucre, peekaboo, wins it. Free will get traded out, but is that enough for the first round? A still getting worked on. It's Beans who has one in front. If he wins this, that might help things. It will. They get the second tick. Here comes a potential contest, but right now, Ultra Academy doing what they have to.
Yeah, and that was a huge flank from Sucre right there, but Stevo able to spot that, does turn around and gets a huge kill. But look at that from the front. Yako able to clear out Beans now. 7 seconds left. They have to slide in, and he has to go now. There's only 3 seconds left. Stevo, he's not going to actually get onto the point, but still, he's kind of looking around. Just with a second left, does manage to slide in. He has to wait for his teammates to push through the middle, but still able to clear off the point. It is Super, and Sucre's Bakery managed to hold on. Woo, that was very, very close there at the end. That
You know,
could've been
I could
Stevo making
say-
a big one.
I could say he should have jumped earlier, but I'm not going to be a pessimist. I'm going to say that was a better hold from Sucre's Bakery. That's my analysis.
I mean, he just, he was just clearing it off, making sure it was okay before there was just a hair of a second left. Woo! I mean, I tell you what, though, he timed it up perfectly. That it just really came down to one kill.
Sometimes
But
there's
still-
just an urge to run like a marathon on top of the boat.
Oh, definitely. But still, Marathon on top of the boat. Indefinitely it is for Sukri's Bakery. They take down 3, and now they have control. And still, it's Beans. P1 going to try to roam around and essentially lock down the mid. See, Eric cleans up Beans, and now holding down that middle lane. Kind of clearing off the point, but still not really getting any progression going. I say that as Yako's pushed up the front, though, Sean. Very, very devastating if they can trap Ultra Academy in the back green.
Yeah, they're not going to see Yako push up maybe further than this. They want to keep him in position with the AR to continue to pinch Ultra Academy as they spawn from the back and have to make that weird rotation up the middle of the gut. However, uncontested, we sit in the point. Sukri's Bakery working on that second tick, and, well, what didn't work for Ultra Academy now is working for Sukri, but Yako wins the opening gunfight, so B will be locked down for the moment. No need to challenge from Super. We're going to do it anyway, because why not? A should get cleaned up. Stevo from the back, but even with this, you're putting another minute on the board. There it will go. Kills falling for Ultra Academy. They have a couple of real estate options right now on the beachfront.
Yeah, and I was gonna say that tick at A2. Oh my goodness, Stevo on a 5 streak, by the way. Sukri, he really opened it up beachside and kind of played a nuisance to allow them to kind of get that distraction towards the A. So if they can kind of find some way, look at this line of defense from Ultra Academy set up on the beach. Maybe just get that opening pick, Stevo, as you see, kind of holding it down. Sukri might potentially get this kill here, I was going to say. But no, ultimately, it's just kind of slowly getting a pick. Stevo able to get one on that beach side. And this is just a really interesting setup. But
they're keeping players out of the point.
Yeah, you see the teams of Sukri's Bakery kind of inching up towards that green side. It's like they're playing that right side of the map, but also ultimately like not holding P1, which is important for this, right? But still super able potentially to do damage as he kind of roams the back green area. It's really important for a player to do this to be annoying, but you don't want to spend too much time on it. 50 seconds left to break through the front. Eric does get 1 kill and Sukri with the follow. This might be the push that they need here, Sean, to capitalize on through. Super, a lot of pressure on. If he can actually manage to get a pick, he does. So now this is going to be perfect for Sukri's Bakery if they can at least manage to get the players in the front.
Yeah, well, Super just buys time for the Cavalry to get up to mid-map, and now you have a split. It's a 2-2 across the board, and they're spawning all the way out. So credit to Ultra Academy for holding their lines of sight, and more importantly, winning the early gunfights that were really important. And Beans, yet again, cuts down 1. Eric Boom, the only member currently up, making a contest towards B, and a push. Dead even in the life count, but 18 seconds to go. Now you're thinking about making the move as Harry patiently waits for his chance. He'll cut down 1 from mid-gun. Another follow-up certainly there. I think Harry, I don't think he saw him. Okay, that's a bit of a mistake. But either way, Ultra Academy certainly have done enough to be able to send this one the distance. But now it's members onto the point for Sukri's Bakery. Yako working to the back. That's 2 dead. Make it 3. No one around to contest. We have the first tick locked down. The second bit of progression being worked on. Sukri in position now with the AR. And now all of a sudden, Ultra Academy have to make a play onto the point or this round's done.
Yeah, they're making it pinched, but it's really about winning your ones, and they did just that. Every single member of Ultra Academy wins their ones, clear off the point, and now 5 seconds left. It's Sukri's Bakery that have to flood on through the anti-air gun, and it's Furious who does manage to take down Super and cut down the mid lane, and just like that, Ultra Academy answer back on the defensive side, and ultimately, Y Team just needs to win the attacking round, right, Sean, to swing over the tide. But still very comfortable. Yeah, still very comfortable. I was going to say that's the one positive from Sukri's Bakeries. They did take down A. Ultra Academy wasn't able to do that last time around, but still, as we swing on this time, see, kind of a surprising feat from Harry. 4-11, not really the best game. Beans 13-8 though, doing really fantastic. And now it's going to be kind of that 2-2 split, mid 2 to A. Furious opening up the charge.
Well, the rally cry now comes into effect. You got to take out Furious, though. He's going to be the biggest obstacle for you to get positioning inside the boat. Eric, boom. Oh, my God. It just gets burned. And there goes Furious down to the bottom. He will get onto A first. Yako coming out of his position in Top Gun. So numbers are there for the contest, or at least to ring shots out if they need to. Sukri's Bakery now looking to mount some enforcements to get towards the point. Furious. We'll lose that one. That's 2 in a row right now. Sukri's Bakery done a nice job of clearing out the point. Beans now in a position. But it's been a bit sloppy early on. Trading kills, trading stances. Positions have changed. They flip-flopped. Beans has got nowhere to go. And maybe we will try this yet again.
Yeah, Beans could have been really set up for success right there, but the problem was his team essentially wasn't there, and yeah, he got spotted. But still, if Ultra Academy can manage to somehow capitalize mid and lock down the ship and just hold it, this will be good. But the problem is, you see Sukri's working a flank. That whole beach side is open, and Super does manage to get a kill from the front. So the pinch from Sukri's Bakery comes in, and Eric does manage to get a kill as well. So now the pinch from Sukri's come in, and this could be an easy clear off for them. There's 30 seconds left for Ultra Academy, and the problem is as well, they're down in lives. But still, as they do manage, Ultra Academy does clear out 3. They might be able to get this tick in, but Sukri goes huge on the flank, and Yako able to clean up the 3rd. So with a huge stop right there, Sean, there's 20 seconds left. Can Ultra break this? It's going to be a flood, but they have to go to A, and they have to go now.
Well, this round has divulged into 1v1 gunfights on weird little angles, and all of a sudden, Sukri's Bakery have walked away victorious time and time again. Harry, 5-17. The dude is struggling. No other way to say it, but he can certainly turn it around with 2 big kills if he gets on top of the boat. Now his team needs him most, but it's not even worth pushing at that point. You feed kills, and you just play for overtime, I guess. Ultra Academy struggling on the offensive end. They couldn't even get to A. And credit to Sukri's Bakery yet again. Their defense just knows what it takes. They hold the middle of the map. They get the kills necessary. They wipe the point. And they keep reinforcements off. A has been absolutely out of reach. Ultra Academy need to win this defensive round.
Indeed, they do. And man, what a play from Sukri, by the way. You notice that pinch onto the A site to stop. So huge. But here on the attacking round, Yako opens it up with a fast push towards Gun and able to take down 1 and 2 onto Stevo. So now Yako doing a fantastic job. Does manage to take down 2, but Harry counter fences on the side and pushes forward. So now, as you see, Sukri's Bakery is capping A while all that damage was happening. The beach side, and 3 go down for Ultra again. So the quick cap comes through. The only person really able to stop this right now is Harry. Can he stop the bleeding? But Yako does stop him, so he's on the chase, and essentially Sukri's Bakery is made aware that he is there. This is going to be very, very hard if they can't stop this here, Sean.
Well, this really comes down to whether Stevo wants to get over aggressive, and I don't think he will. He's going to hold his position near the gun. And at this point, you give up A. This is textbook control for Ultra Academy. You've lost A twice. You don't really have the life counter on your side. Again, we're still in the 20s, so you can give a little, but even here, you have a streak for Stevo. Now you work on A. You work on just maintaining, on B. You work on maintaining the spot, holding the beachfront, and then using the streak to clear out if you need to, if you lose those spawns. Harry's still at 8-18. Things will quiet down.
Indeed they will, and both teams kind of set up. Yeah, both teams set up. Sukri's Bakery on the ship side, Ultra Academy on the beach side. Harry, waiting patiently, does take down Sukri, so now kind of just opens up a little bit. Super gonna try. They can't invest too much time onto this, though. They do have a minute and 25 seconds left, but it's really about finding that first pick or 2, and capitalizing on it. And it's really kind of like a game of search and destroy. It seems like, really, right?
I mean, it is from a positioning standpoint, but at some point you've burned now 30 seconds. You got to start making a move, because you make one push as a team. If you get wiped, you're running out of time to make a second. Stevo opens it up, and maybe that's the catalyst for this round to get going. But we've burned a minute. Nothing has happened. There's been no advancement from Sukri's Bakery, and they've lost 2 members. They will, however, spawn right back up into the action, but Stevo on the roll. Now they cut him down. Maybe that's the opening towards the beachfront they needed. Beans at least spots 1. Sukri, with a response from the AR, automaton in hand, does the dirty work. I think Super's just holding for spawns, but can you really play this 3v4 up front if that's where the spawns are for Ultra? I don't think you can. I don't think you're going to win this number. We've burned 1 minute and 20 seconds, and nothing has happened. You get 1 push right now if you're Sukri's Bakery.
Yeah, and look at that. Super got taken down. So all that time invested over there, and like you said, kind of no numbers in the front of that on that offensive side, and ultimately Ultra able to clear off everybody. It leaves Eric left alone. Wow, and there's 7 seconds left. And you see Furious also pushed up as well as soon as he took him down in that back green area. So now they're trapped back beach side. That is it. There was too much time just invested onto the push, and Ultra Academy Answer back on defensive side, but that was essentially very, very scary. But still, just too much time invested into the play. They really couldn't capitalize on anything. But still, now the swing favorite, you see, I think, and the live advantage, it is Sukri's Bakery, though. And now in the attacking round, Ultra Academy. Gonna look to end it here. Both teams are tied 1-1, so this is essentially for that swing factor to lead the series. And on the attacking side, you see Beans holding down mid and Furious pushing through the boat. And this could be a potential setup for if you're Ultra Academy. All Furious needs to do is essentially get this kill onto Eric. And I was gonna say maybe push up for the trap, Sean, but still. Good position Ultra Academy is in. If Furious can get these kills, still managing to stay alive. They are set up for success if they can manage to clear out green. There it is. And Beans, you see on the beach side, making a distraction towards B. Still slowly remaining in control here, Sean. Ultra Academy looking pretty good.
They certainly are. We will go in depth of that last round when we can, but for now, our attention swung back over to A. Ultra Academy got themselves to an OT with a ridiculously patient defensive round, and now it may pay off for them as they get both ticks. Working on the last one, they might put a minute over, but, you know, if I'm Sukri's Bakery, with how that last round went, I'm not so sure I'd just immediately give up on A. Now, granted, if they had numbers, that conversation becomes a little bit more feasible, but at this point, maybe that is what you do, is they will lose it. And now we look at the rotation through the back. It's Furious who might have snuck behind, but he gets cut down quickly. Number still up right now for Sukri's Bakery. It's going to come through the gun as things unfold. Eric Boom loses the gunfight. Numbers here, but Yako through the back gets one. Yako gets... but Harry comes through, and that's a teammate, so you kind of even things out at 1 apiece. Net 0 on the transaction. However, Numbers here for Ultra Academy. And you get a push through the beachfront, but cut down by Sukri yet again. The defensive hold from both teams has been so good. Can they do it once more?
Yep. That's the key. And now you see the fast movement through the LST ship. Super is going to come in contact with 2 Ultra Academy members, make it 3. And Beans cutting down that anti-air gun. He slipped through the net. But wait, it's Yako. No, he did. He actually rotated back. So look at this. It's Sukri's Bakery and Eric Boom, who's deep back in the spawn, does pick up 2. And still, it's Steve-O last alive there. And that was actually something that was kind of really weird of a shift. But overall, it's Sukri's Bakery able to clear out everybody in that back beach side. And wow. My goodness. Wow. Fast did that change. Sukri pushing up P1 and controlling anti-air gun. And now 30 seconds left here, Sean. Ultra Academy have to go, and this is the last break. They have 11 lives. And not a lot of time.
No, you don't have 11 anymore. Yeah, you got 9. It's 14 to something. You got a streak in the hands of Steve-O. Maybe this is now when you call it in. You need something to the back, but you're getting chased. It's Sukri on the hunt. He certainly should find it. Yako gets the call. He's got nowhere to go. The defense has stepped up in the control, and just by a matter of math and ticks alone, Sukri's Bakery will hold on. Their defense is insane, and they make up for that horrible previous round. Sukri's Bakery win the control. They steal game number 3, and they are now up 2-1 in the series over Ultra Academy.
My goodness. I need to go back and watch that. Like right there at the end, it was like a weird shift of control, but that middle lane, it's like Steve-O and I think it was Harry that was there. Like they had that back green area, and I'm like, oh my god. It looked like literally the Sukri's Bakery is just about to get trapped, but Eric, huge, deep back jungle, stops the bleeding and gets 2, and that was huge. And ultimately, yeah, Harry not the best performance, not like, you know, what we expected to see. Everybody has those fluky games, but yeah, how about Eric Boom stepping up? We said that needed to kind of capitalize, take down the ARs, and that's exactly what Sukri's Bakery did here, and they did it quite well. Seemed to kind of be in the driving seat again.
Harry had a tough game, but I'm not going to put the loss on him. Really, both defenses stepped up. It was just a team effort. And even with the blunder really in the previous round from Sucre's Bakery in round number 4, which they honestly should have won that, and this game becomes different. However, both defenses holding B as long as possible, but it was the mid-map control that really spelled it out for Sucre's Bakery in the end. They knew where spawns were. They worked through round after round, but more importantly, they mitigated the numbers. They kept it to a 2v1, to a 3v2 situation where they could trade and watch each other's crosses, and the ARs were in a position to at least cut down the entry subs as they make their way into the point. It was pretty clinical. It's textbook defense, but it worked out, and gun control is very often the centerpiece for when it comes to holding on defense. However, here's a look at the stats. Harry was able to kind of turn it around, but 15 and 25. Again, a rough game, but it was a team effort for Sucre's Bakery. Eric Boom certainly stepped up. Super did as well, but in the end, big kills all around. 27 untraded for Eric Boom. Yeah, that was a very, very good defensive effort.
Yeah, no, for sure. And even with Sucre's Bakery, with that one attacking round where they essentially had capitalized on A and they had like, what, a minute and a half to get B, or almost like minute 45. And, you know, they couldn't get anything going. Like, even with that round, it again felt like they were in the driving seat the whole time, and just did a very, very good job. Like, non-traded kills, 27 from Eric. That is insane. 28 defensive kills, but still, Ultra Academy did really good. Like you said, it just really came down to a couple of mistakes that Sucre's Bakery, and of course the trades. There was a couple of trades that didn't come through that, you know, should have happened, but a very, very close-knit game. Ultimately, as we go into this Berlin hardpoint, Sean, what are you thinking now? What are you feeling? Look at that. I was put to bed. I said that Ultra was gonna take it, especially from that search and destroy, you know, coming out hot. Sucre's Bakery, though, and their respawns are looking pretty good right now.
All I gotta say is, you better hope if you're Sucre's Bakery, you don't go to a game 5, because the S&Ds have not been your way. All of a sudden, the respawns become the key to victory. You win your 1, 3, and 4, and it seems like things are looking up for Sucre's Bakery. But while we have your attention, I hope we do, let's take a look at some of the hardpoint stats, because, well, in general, the hardpoints have been Sucre's Bakery's finest. I mean, you're looking at Super at a 1.35 overall, leading Europe in the non-traded kills department. Wardy from Vengeance at second, but across the board, Super has been one of the standout players in Season 2. We talked about it going into the season, how important he was to this team's success. Everybody else has started to pull their weight, but on the other side, Beans, Ultra Academy, 1.24, right there with Super. It really comes down to those two, Super versus Beans, going into this hardpoint.
Yeah, no, realistically, and I mean, I was just kind of looking at the stats of the Berlin here. I mean, 1 for 1, you know, on the side of Ultra Academy. So realistically, like, in terms of like KD, everybody's kind of like even across the board, you know what I mean? This is a dominant team. Like, we know this. These guys are like the best of the best in Europe. We know that. But yeah, it's gonna be a close game. Ultimately, like you said, Super, Beans. I'm just kind of seeing that swing momentum here again. We said Eric just needs to step it up. Last time on Berlin, I think about like 18 to 24. And Sucre. So yeah, ultimately, like, if you want to look at the paper wise, Ultra Academy leaning more towards them on taking it on paper, but yeah, who's gonna turn up today, right? Like, Vanguard is such a scrappy COD sometimes, because it's like, who really just turns up that day? And it just really can come down to like a single gunfight or a trade or a rotation, really. So who do you got? I did last game. Now it's your turn. Tell me.
Sucre's Bakery looking kind of nice. I'm just saying, the team play is there. Eric Boom's impressing me right now. It looks like, outside of the S&D, what the game plan they had going into the series is working. They wanted to shut down the ARs. They wanted to keep every hard point scrappy and contested. They're doing that. The subs are certainly doing that. You know, we talk often about AR presence because, you know, for many years, the subs lead the charge in the conversation. But let's be honest, ARs specifically this year are a key factor, like they've always been, but it just comes down to, can those parallel ARs work out against each other? However, been very impressed with Eric Boom's turnaround. You talked about it, Ellen, going into today. Eric Boom has to have a better performance in the hardpoints and the respawns in general. He heard the call. He's a very good player for a reason, and he's certainly turned it around in week 2.
No, and definitely, like, all these players, obviously, they're very good for a reason. They wouldn't be here if they weren't. But still, shutting down those subs, leading the call, leading the charge. But I mean, you got to think you can't discredit though. You got to think Furious too, right? He was kind of doing that if you saw on Tuscan, even on the Search and Destroy. So getting those entry kills and leading that sub pressure. I'm gonna be looking towards on Ultra. I'm gonna be looking at Furious. So as we go into this hard point on Berlin, we know this is the favored spawn side for Sucre's Bakery, and man, what a great job Super has been having. I will tell you that. But still, Sean, the scrappy contest comes in on through, and it's Sucre's Bakery still remaining in control, and Ultra Academy still kind of flooding in through the front, do get the kills and clear off the point. So now, never mind, Eric Boom, thank you very much, clears off the point.
Well, in years past, we often talked about Steve-O for a while, kind of, being in that conversation of top 5, maybe top 3 subs in Europe. And while I still think he is absolutely in that conversation, it 100%. Seems that at least with the way and the play style and the pacing of Vanguard, it has not been so much on his shoulders as it has been for, obviously, the ARs to do their job so he can get in and create disruptive routes and begin to shut down opposing players, which again, that whole conversation essentially boils down to how good is he playing on the day. And it really comes down to this in Berlin as we go to our second hard point. For Steve-O, if he can start to take out players like Airboom, out players like Yako, then your AR's job is essentially just to lock down the middle lanes and you get hill control from there. So with maybe the conversation shifting at this point with the way the Vanguard plays, maybe I do start to put some of that pressure over to Steve-O and see how much he can really affect things.
Yeah, as you said that, he just got 3 in a row, and then, of course, just went off in Ultra Academy, just lead change, 53-21, of course, 26 seconds left. But, yeah, he's such an electric player, and whether it's a sub or an automaton in his hand, like, he's always popping off instantly. So, as you see now, Steve-O, number 3 on that rotation, he's going to have a huge gunfight with Eric Boom, but Beans clearing off the point, gets 2, and Ultra does get that scrap, but again, it's the rotational kills that are going to be important, and it's Sucre's Bakery that do win it. But Furious holding down the dock side. It's Sucre who does take him out. So yeah, this is a really good hold from Sucre's Bakery, as you see all members locking down each and every single lane and kind of pushing forward, zoning forward. You see Super doing that in fire, and they could have 2. There's 1. There's not the other one. Sucre does pick up the trade, and still Yako popping off. I was gonna say, Sean, this is even though the kills were coming in front of Ultra right there, still Sucre is holding on.
Yeah, you got spawns there for
Lost
Sucre.
my train of thought there in the gameplay. I was like, wait a minute.
It's chaotic. It's chaotic. It happens. You got close spawns there for Sucre's Bakery. More importantly, numbers inside, but Sucre really the only one for his team. Doesn't matter. The pistol in hand. Beans on the challenge. Beans on the death. We'll see you on the respawn screen. Continuing all white in the kill feed. Finally, a couple of pinstripes that break through. But with all of that happening, conceding the last 10 or so seconds, Ultra Academy making their rotation towards the bottom side of the minimap. We will go to the train yard, and this is where the next couple of big gunfights will ensue, because if you need a hold here for Ultra, you need it through the back. You need to take down those subs. Sucre, back over to your POV with full streaks to work with. The glide bomb could make this job a little bit easier as we break open to the hard point. And now in that rotation, Harry in the far back. Sucre just plays his life here, waits for teammates to get in position, and you're looking at a clean break for Sucre. And so far, so good as they get 2 near the point.
Yeah, that was such a scrappy spawn, too, because Ultra Academy, I think it was Furious that kind of spawned in the middle of that chaos, and you kind of see Super and zoning around that warehouse area, and then Steve-O kind of pushing out the front. Like, these spawns, again, kind of getting chaotic, but still, from both sides, it's Sucre's Bakery that still zones around and clears off the points. So now with the 18 seconds left with the scrap time and getting that train station control, you see Beans kind of just moving forward, gets the stun check out, but still not the kills are coming through. So it's Ultra Academy setting up here on the P5, the mid scrappy hill. Again, another scrappy hill, and a lot of pressure is going to come on, but Yako with a huge play on the flank here, Sean. This has just been a pretty scrappy game, but pretty close overall. It's 73-86. And Sucre is just popping off.
P5 can be very, very scrappy. It can be highly contested, and that's what you want right now if you're Sucre. You barely have a lead, but you can certainly make this one a little bit more dicey, as right now, Furious really the only one around for Ultra Academy to get into the point, but he's waiting for everyone else to get in position. Back over to Sucre. He wins his initial. Still has streaks as well. You could use the glide bomb here, but you'd probably want to save that for looking towards the train yard, maybe the lobby to get those back spawns. For Sucre, however, the automaton in hand, he'll lose the opening gunfight, and no one's put their foot inside the point. We've got about 17 seconds to go, and nobody wants to get close. So we're playing for kills instead, and with that, a very interesting rotation, more importantly, setup for this P5 hill. We will go back over to our P1, our second set of hills, and our second rotation. For now, over to Harry. He's going to hold his position and basically just wait for things to unfold.
Yep, and as he does able to take down one. But yeah, with that P5 hill, that's kind of the name of the game, Sean, is just kind of keep him off the point. And you see Ultra Academy focusing on the rotation, does get down 3. It's Beans with Furious with 4. So now all members clear off the point. This lead can steal away because, Sean, if you look at number 2, Harry already kind of set up, getting ready for that rotation, cutting down the mid area. And then Steve-O, of course, zoning out train station. Ultra Academy is starting to run away with the slaying power. And just like that, Sucre's Bakery spawns back docks area, and Harry's aware of it. Now set up, we know, does get taken down, but still, very good time from Ultra Academy. And now Steve-O on the rotation is going to have Eric Boom to worry about.
Big win by Steve-O early on. 10 seconds to go until we hit our P2. Wouldn't call this power position, but I would call it an obstruction if they get into the point. Steve-O now flying through. Steve-O winning and staying alive. They're going to have to worry about him when they make their entry, but here comes Sucre's Bakery. Numbers now into the point. He checks wrong, and Eric Boom walks away with the gunfight. More importantly, time inside. It's Sucre's hard point, and they have the kills to back it up.
Indeed they do, and spawning in that back docks area, Beans able to take down Sucre, and the push is going to come on through. It looks like Beans leading the charge, takes down Eric, so now it's Ultra Academy remaining in control, and Yako is going to try to make a stop to it, but still flooding in from the top. It does take down Beans, but the trade is in from Steve-O, and now 28 seconds left. Ultra Academy, the problem is here is they don't have spawns, so they have to push through and flip, and you see Sucre's Bakeries getting on the defensive hold side, not really investing too much time on the point, but not ultimately wanting the lead getting stolen away from them. Ultra Academy is going to have to get these very, very important rotational kills as Sucre's Bakery is set up. Furious comes in through fire and takes down Sucre, but still, he has to wait for his teammates, Sean, to get the push in.
It is a 60-point game. It is literally one hill. And this could be the one to bring Sucre back into it. Steve-O slides in. Steve-O loses it as Yako gets the beat down. Numbers quickly fall. Harry trying to fly his way through the point. Yako will escape with his life, and that might be the best thing possible for Sucre's Bakery because not only do numbers stay alive, but the sub that's been starting to light up this kill feed continues to go on a bit of a spree as Beans works through the window, but it's a contest for now. A little bit of chaos in the point. Nades fly out, but the trades are there. Pinstripes in the kill feed. Everyone getting a piece of the action, but finally, Sucre's Bakery get the break they need. It Super finds 2. Yako gets the 3rd. There's the break. There's the 20 seconds. And that was a desperate hold and a break on that hard point. They get themselves back in this game. But now we shift our attention towards that rotation because this next hill could really decide the game.
Indeed it can. And Ultra Academy ultimately, like, don't push that. You don't even have to push to 20 seconds. Just give up the scrap time, get set up, and rotate. And that's exactly what they did. And you see deep in the back, Furious tucked away in that back warehouse. Harry set up in that in the mid warehouse side, and 2 members on the point. But the problem is the streaks. Sucre is going to call that glide bomb, and he might be able to get this connection onto Steve-O. He does, and that's where the flood is going to come on through the front. But it's Ultra Academy who stopped the bleeding. They clear out the front, get those kills, and of course, it's Beans, Harry, and Steve-O, of course, zoning out the front P5. So now Ultra Academy able to run away with this here, Sean. It's looking quite scary. If you're Sucre's Bakery, we could be going to a map 5, but now we're hitting that 200-point mark. And it's getting scary.
Yeah, best case scenario, you use the glide bomb and then you just rally that into a push, but I don't think anybody was in a position to contest because they're getting cut down. They're losing the gunfights up close. The pistol's good from Beans, but the assist is even better. That's 4 dead in a row. They get all the time on trains. You go over to Broken, the last hill on our second rotation, and 1 single hold is all you need for Ultra. Oh, okay, Furious. Kynes another. That's what, 7, 8, 9 in a row? But with all of that happening, you still have numbers stacked up in the point. Ultra Academy uncontested, and for a hill that's usually pretty pretty chippy. Right now, there's no nades taking them out of position. Finally, the break comes through. Is it a little too late? Did they do a little bit too much? Now, you need to put numbers inside. You have to be able to win your gunfights. Harry finds 2. There's the break. You split numbers. Ultra Academy need 1 single hold. They need 20 seconds and they win this game.
Indeed they do. And still, I mean, you could win on this one right here, or essentially maybe worry about that rotation, but still Ultra Academy on the point. It's Stevo throwing those stuns, throwing those nades out, and Sucre's Bakery, they have to flood in. There's 10 seconds left. The contest does come in, and still the kills for Ultra Academy does. They could win it, Sean, and they could win it right here. Sucre's Bakery has to go in and stop it. Super, he's the only one who could really do it, but no, it's Harry with the 3, and that's it for Ultra Academy. We are going to a game 5. 250 to 158, Sean. Ultra Academy really ran away with that in the last 2 hills, I tell you what.
Pretty scary going into a game 5 now. Ultra Academy, they look clinical in the game 2 on Tuscan. Now, you're in a position where you walk your way through a Berlin hardpoint. All the momentum back on your side. Super, 17 and 25. That was the key. Beans versus Super. And Beans walked away with it. 22 and 19 in the hardpoint, but really Harry with the 2-piece to be able to break open the hill. And Ultra Academy found a way. They willed themselves into a couple of contests. They hold train yard. The streak wasn't able to rally into anything. Doesn't matter. In the end, the kills came through when they needed to. Ultra Academy had the trades, and they were able just to bully their way through each hardpoint.
Yeah, indefinitely. And again, this is a team. You make a mistake, they capitalize on it. And, you know, even right here, Beans going huge that Riverside. No one picked that lane up, which was kind of interesting from Sucre's Baker because we've seen them do it so well in map 1 in the Tuscan. But a couple of hills on this, on Berlin, obviously, that they struggled with. And P5 was one of them. We saw P1 as well. Harry just kind of doing such a fantastic job at locking down the train station. And Beans, of course, switching it out with an automaton or a sub. It doesn't matter. He does it all. He's slaying out of his mind. And yeah, Ultra Academy again set up, of course, on those rotations and just running away with what they had with those setups. And it was just very hard for Sucre's Bakery to break. It's really hard when you got those guys slaying out of their mind because that's that team. Again, you can't make a mistake because they just run away with it.
They certainly do. That's the best way to cap that is if Ultra Academy find the mistake and they capitalize on it, they'll run away with the game like they did in the S&D, like they did in the final hardpoint of this series. And we go to another S&D where, again, yeah, you know, that's how best of 5s work. But in this situation, Ultra Academy have all the momentum on their side. I mean, they lose a close control. They lose not so much of a close hardpoint to start the series. They're feeling pretty good. You have Beans doing well. Harry with a huge bounce back from that Gavutsu. Stevo, 26 and 22 as a sub. And Furious, who again has proven to be a worthy addition to this roster. There was a lot of questions going into Season 2. He's shown up. He's shown big. He's done what he had to do. And now we go to a decisive Game 5 where, again, Toronto Ultra Academy, similar situation in the last cup. However, the Grand Finals was a reverse sweep. In this instance, it's a little bit different. Game 5 all the same, though. And when we go into this Game 5, you're looking at potentially a very, very big momentum swing in the first couple of rounds. Desert Siege will be where we put our attention towards. And for Ultra Academy, keys to victory here. I mean, First Blood game was essentially everything in that game too, but you have to be looking at Harry. If he has another successful S&D, it's going to be a nightmare for Sucre's Bakery.
Yeah, and for Sucre's Bakery, like I'm gonna be looking at Sucre and Super. Like we've seen what they can do on Desert Siege with the sniper. We know they've trade out and maybe just capitalizing again on those first bloods. But man, as we go through the series though, Sean, I was just kind of looking at look at the hardpoint scores: 250 to 151, 250 to 158. Different maps, both teams, and then search are we gonna have a 6-2 from Sucre's Bakery? I don't know. Anyways, sorry. It's just crazy how evenly matched these teams are and just in this game overall as a whole. I just love to see it. But anyways, yeah, just getting those opening picks, of course, First Blood, and maybe just working those mid pushes. I mean, a lot of times we see subs kind of playing around the mid map. Of course, automatons playing more patient around that desert side, around that train side, maybe catching people off guard with some surprise pushes. But I don't know. I don't even want to look at the paper here. I don't even want to look at the paper because, again, it's just really who can turn up the most on that day.
Sure. And that has been the key in Vanguard for a lot of teams, is who can just turn up the most on that specific day. And if that is the key to victory, that just means that the consistency has to be there for the ARs. Like, the consistency has to be there for the subs as well. And you know what? We're gonna keep it as simple as that. Everybody has to play pretty good Call of Duty. Now we get into Desert Siege, where Ellen, I mean, this is sometimes a toss-up map depending on how teams are playing, but in general, if we're looking at Sukri's Bakery, they have lost the hard point. They lost the first S&D, and I think that's the biggest factor in this conversation, is that it was not close. Like, it was clinical through and through and very precise from Ultra Academy. What do they have to do outside of First Bloods? What do they have to do on Desert Siege to be able to walk away with a win in the series?
Win. Because, okay, this is the scary thing. When it comes to Ultra Academy, they've played Siege 3 times. They played Desert Siege 3 times, and they won. And every single time, I think, okay, they need to shut down Harry. This is an AR's map. We've seen multiple AR players thrive on this map. You need to shut down Harry. This is his playground. This is, you know what I mean? I think what 11-6, 10-4. The guy's a monster. So if they could, if you're Sukri's Bakery, try to find a way to get, like I said, of course, First Blood, but shut down Harry.
Sure.
That's really it. This is an AR's playground, so maybe play more patiently. Just really, again, figuring out those play styles and adapting to it, but you can't make a mistake again against Ultra Academy.
No, you certainly can't. And with all the mistakes, and I don't even want to call it that, but with all kind of the slow S&D play they had in Game 2, you're going to have to match the pace a little bit. You're going to have to be able to meet that frequency. And if you can't, Ultra Academy might be in a position yet again, like they were in Week 1 when they went against Strike X, where even if it comes down to a Game 5, Ultra Academy will find a way. Excuse me, that was North America. But it seems that the tendencies across the board, whether it's Europe or North America, for this Ultra Academy roster, when it comes to Game 5s, when it comes to S&Ds, the amalgamations of both these teams, they clutch up big. They clutch up in Game 5s. They get it done. And the coaching staff over there specifically for Ultra is certainly going to have some strats to pull out. But in general, Bean's going to be a factor, Furious as well. And you look at the fact that just in general, in S&D, Beans boasts a 1.42. That tells me everything I need to know about the efficiency this team might have on Desert Siege. However, it's going to be an AR's battle. It's going to be an AR's playground. Ellen, round prediction, I guess. What are you picking?
Well, I was just looking at like some of the stats from when Sukri's Bakery played the originals on Desert Siege, and they took that. It was 6-4. Okay, and we know the originals, very, very, very good search and destroy team.
Pretty good.
Okay, so, man, I don't know. I don't know. Like you said, it's Ultra Academy turns up Game 5, so I'm gonna say 6-4 Ultra.
Okay.
I think
I like that prediction.
I think they're gonna close it out, and I really like Suki. I really, really like Sukri's Bakery. I hope, again, even no matter what happens, I hope they just stick together for a while, because there's not a lot of teams in the challenger scene. I feel like, well, in EU, yes, we see it all the time, but at least in the NA, like that break,
we're spoiled in EU
together. So yeah, they've been showing success regardless. Top 4 team, amazing, but Ultra Academy, what they've been doing with their success, even over this past weekend, taking the cup, and just how consistent they've been playing and clutching up when it matters, even with the rip from sweep we saw. Like, I think they're gonna clutch up here. They clutch up when it matters, and they have done that more, I feel like, consistently than Sukri's Bakery.
I love the way you put that, Ellen. They clutch up when it matters. Okay. That's the takeaway from you. Put it on a shirt, put it on a dad hat, I'd wear it.
Clutch when it matters.
Clutch when it matters. Ultra Academy certainly have the energy, but Super has the opening snipe. That's what we wanted to see going into this S&D. I wanted to see some snipes. Finally, we do. And for the first time in a long time, momentum on the side of Sukri's Bakery.
Yeah, and what a first opening pick there. That was important. Capitalize on that First Blood. But still, Harry, the man that you want to shut down, does get the trade on the Eric, so that's the 3-3 situation we have here. The bomb is rotating towards that A site. So, Steve-O, if you can get this plant, this is huge. But Sukri, look at this. Doesn't spot it exactly. Does spot Furious, though. Does he get the bomb check in? He throws a stun, kind of dinks it off the wall. But Steve-O backs off the bomb and waits. Now he goes in for the plant.
The timing actually might work out for Steve-O. He can escape. It will, though, but 3 around. Steve-O has to be careful. Doesn't have the weapon to work with at range. I don't care how good your shot is unless you're Simp or a Beezy. I don't know if you're going to be able to pull Super off that site. Here comes the collapse onto the bomb, though. Pressure all around. Steve-O's literally got nowhere to go, but he's in the train. Do they have any idea he's here? Does anybody have any idea he's here? Sukri does. He gets the kill. Harry right around. Super on the challenge. Harry with the win. In a 1v1. Harry in a 1v1. Checks Quinn correctly. Onto the bomb we go. Sukri with the defuse. Plenty of time. Everybody golf clap around. Sukri's Bakery. They get the first round.
Yeah, and crazy, of course. What an opening pick, of course, from Super that to help to solidify that. But that was a little bit scrappy there. They're a little scary. Harry, obviously the man that they needed to shut down, almost clutched up there for the squad. Very, 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 very close. But, oh, man. Kind of makes me wonder if what would have happened if Steve-O would have like stuck the plant like right away. Because, instantly when I think it was Sukri in the back, when he threw the stun, it kind of bounced off the wall. He actually didn't connect. So could have been a different situation. But regardless, Sukri's Bakery does take it, and they do take first blood. So Eric does take Steve-O down. The bomb's still not necessarily moving. Super kind of just zoning out, looking for a kill. Furious does aggressively push up mid and does get punished. Now it's a 2 versus 4 for Ultra Academy.
You got numbers. You got map positioning. Look how spread apart Ultra Academy are. You got to play together, and that's a lot to ask, and I know that I'm greeted for doing it, but anyway, it's Beans who's able to respond, but Harry has been a beacon of hope in S&D for this Ultra Academy team with how well he's been playing. The sniper in hand, just not a lot of time, not a lot of room. Too many numbers. Sukri's Bakery, 2-0. Very quick rounds. And what they're doing early on is they're giving Ultra Academy space to room, but as soon as something starts to develop, Sukri's Bakery are there to shut it down, take numbers out, and keep numbers. So you're looking at 4v2s, you're looking at 3v2s. And so you can't find that extra progression into the round off of your initial setup. Ultra Academy very much struggling to find their footing on the response.
Well, let's see if they can do it here. So Harry does pick up the bomb and kind of just holding that sight line with the automaton, and with the subs, this might go down bottom palace here, but Yako for the stop. And Sukri with a nade there. So now this is going to be interesting. But the if you're Sukri's Bakery, like, yeah, wrap and maybe get control of back train. That might be the play here. And you see kind of Eric doing that. But if you're Ultra Academy, push through, because essentially I think they're kind of reading this. There's nothing in the back. They know that. So where are they going to come from? Obviously on the opposite side. But see a play for the pick. 40 seconds left.
If Sukri don't push through, maybe you see a slow rotation to B. You might see it anyway, but Sukri will be ready to read this regardless.
Yeah.
Now, it just depends on the timing. I mean, if you waste this next 10 seconds, it can only go to A. Maybe it goes B, though. Here we go into the plant, but they're going to spot it immediately, and that's the problem, right? Sukri's Baker just read it too well. Shots ring out. Super, though. Oh, he gets behind. He gets both. Sukri with the trade. Didn't even matter. Teammates are there for an assist. Everybody hold your horses. Hold on. You absolute weirdos. 35 seconds, defuse is in. That's 4 rounds in a row. Sukri's Bakery. Relentless in this S&D.
Yeah, clearly been working on their S&D strats. But did you see the hand there at the end? He's like, hold on, stop. Hold on. Wait a minute. Oh my goodness. And they really, Ultra Academy couldn't find anybody too. Like, at the end of the day, it's like you have only a certain amount of time, obviously, before you have that pressure that you have to plant. But you have to isolate at least one player, at least get a pick, because they have numbers on you. They couldn't find everybody. So Sukri's Bakery did a really good job rotating over and getting into their spawn, essentially, and spreading out. But
just win.
Still. See, kind of just that Super looking for an opening pick with the sniper in his hand. May get a spot. Does get a spot on the Beans, and the snipe does get the pick. So that's 2 down now. Eric on the other side. Steve-O, though, does manage to counter onto Sukri and does push bottom palace. So, Sean, here, the problem is the bomb is down, but still. There's a 1 versus 2 now left for Steve-O.
Yeah, you have to convert the snipe into positioning for the sub, and he does it. It's Steve-O in a 1v1. Now on the hunt. Super with your bomb, but, ooh, they're just rallying around each other. Super might go for the quick point here, but instead, I love this play from Steve-O. I love it. Just wait. Pick your poison. A is the call. Now pushed out. Super with the weapon at range. The Automaton will absolutely gun Steve-O, even in final form, but does Super recognize that this late push might come through? He might just in time. Steve-O in a position. Super around the bomb. I think Steve-O spots him. Super has got no idea. He's got to escape. He's got to get away. Steve-O challenging. 23 seconds. It's a race. It's cat and mouse. Super's away. He's completely away. 18 seconds to go. Super has no idea what's going on, but Steve-O now on the push. Steve-O in a 50-50. Super guns him. He guns him in the 1v1. Oh, Sucre's Bakery. 4 rounds in a row. Ay.
What was that? Oh my goodness. That was so well, like, I can't even begin to tell you how well played that was from Super. He didn't over challenge. He played the time. He didn't play the kill. Do you know how much I yell at my teammates in ranked play for not doing that? Ah! That was so beautifully played from Super. Such a good job, obviously. Textbook. And again with the first blood. So not again. He just keeps getting first blood. Somebody has to stop this man. Now, you see Ultra Academy gonna try to work that A side here, though. Maybe Steve-O might be able to get a huge gunfight onto Sucre, and he does. Now, instantly, he should probably go for that bomb plant, but you see Sucre's Bakery quickly already capitalizing on it and rotating over fast. This might be too late, Sean. It might be Yakko who might be getting the pick onto to Steve-O, and he does. Now the bomb is down, and there's a 2 versus 2 left. Eric able to take down Furious, now make it a 1 versus 2 for Beans.
Patient as ever. I mean, look where Bomb is. Good luck getting over there without getting spotted by Super if he turns correctly. Ooh, I don't think you heard that, though. Quiet from the back. Oh, Super. Oh, God. He's right on the other side. Beans walks right in front. There it is. There's the round. Sucre's Bakery. They've played this flawlessly. They've literally played this S&D flawlessly. It's 5 rounds in a row.
Yeah, they're literally doing. Everybody's doing what they need to do, but it's Super has gotten, I think, first blood almost every round. Eric, I think, got it once. Maybe Ultra got like one of those rounds, but still, Super is on a 5 streak right now. One more kill, solidify the streak. Can he get the opening pick? The bomb is going towards B. The only one really to stop it here is Harry, but you see, though, mid-palace control, Ultra Academy does have, but the bomb does go down.
Who's that on the island? It's Sucre. And he dies. That's a big win for Ultra. That's a very big win. You could put up Steve-O now. 2 in a row. 1 life advantage, but from the back, it's Super. He might get in a position to spoil. Eric Boom wins 2 big gunfights. All of a sudden, it's a 2v2. Steve-O drops. It's a collapse right now from Ultra. Last alive is Harry, and I think Super might have an inkling of where he is. Bomb's still down. He's got to go on the hunt. Harry wins it. Big win. Finally, Ultra get on the board. That was a collapse on the site. They're just giving up so many quick reads and so many easy engagements that they're getting a little bit over-aggressive, but Harry, when needed most, finally gives Ultra a round.
I really thought that Super was going to do the same thing as last round, like just kind of run away and do the same thing. I'm like, deja vu. I was prepared to say it, but my goodness. You're right. It just really seems like they can't get like their foothold going here, and those opening picks, of course, just have been in Sucre's Bakery's favors, but still now again, Super, you see in that sight line, it's Steve-O this time around that gets the first blood onto Yakko and Beans with the trade. So now there you go, Ultra Academy looking to turn up here, but Super makes the stop. And now all members of Ultra's in that mid palace. What? Look at the challenge here, Sean. Bottom of the Cypher, Snooper. Yeah, Super. Like that could have been scary there, but still, Ultra's kind of just still again waiting patient.
He's gonna get traded if he goes in for a contest quickly. Like if he gets this, people are gonna know where he's at. So you're basically playing, can I get a kill and escape? If you can't, yep, that's the problem. Numbers collapse. Ultra in a position to win the round, put their second one on the board in a row. I will never, ever, ever call it a full sale, but I don't want to cash to curse it. It's entirely possible. Sucre drops. Ultra Academy down 5-0. 2 rounds in a row. They keep chugging along.
Yeah, that's really ultimately it. Just slowly, round by round. And you see how different the games are when, you get that first blood pick and it was the aggressive subs. Steve-O opened the first pick last round and I believe it was Beans to follow. So now Sukri's Bakery is going to look to put the stop on the bleeding here. They're attacking though on this time around, so seems to have gone in their favor every single time. The stun checks come in. Super, of course, stuns 2 over by, but Steve-O able to take down Sukri now. And Furious with the trade onto Eric. So now it's a 4 versus 2 for Ultra. Round by round.
Well, not only that, not only do they have A locked down, but look at the spread. Beans, look where he's positioned. If he spots anything, yep, not only is he going to win the gunfight, but he's going to get info over towards B. So you've locked out your possibilities. You're essentially committed to this A hit by brute force.
Jump off.
And if you don't get it, I mean, this position, yeah, you don't want to feed Beans. You don't want to feed Steve-O, but there are only 2 kills, sure. But yeah, jump off the map, try to get out of position. And that's the thing, right? Like in this position, there was nowhere to go because of Beans. That's where the island comes into effect. If he gets info, this round's done. And it was. So 3 rounds in a row. Ultra Academy. Down 5-0, remind you. 1 at a time.
Unbelievable. If they win this round this is the swing round right here, Sean. If Ultra wins this round right here, I feel like they're going to win the whole thing.
And they could. They absolutely could.
They absolutely could, but still. 3 streak, like you said, Beans. It's got to get it going, but Super misses the snipe. Still spots him. All members of Ultra Academy are at A. And Eric Boom does to get the first blood. Make it 2 now, Sean. This is scary. But Beans answers back now. It's a 2 versus 2.
Yeah, Sukri's got to rotate. Sukri has to rotate. He has to rotate faster. I know why he's out there. And yes, it's the right play. But as soon as Eric Boom found 2, he needed to just haul his butt over to B.
Yeah.
He's worried about the AR in the back. And rightfully so. It's Beans in a position to potentially cut down the rotation. Sukri's got to win that gunfight, though. Bomb now putting down. Sukri wins it. Nicely done. You play this together. Group up, and you win this S&D.
The bomb has been planted, and there it is. Super anticipating that. There's the pinch. There's the play. Sukri's Bakery, take it. And my goodness, that was scary, Sean, for Ultra. They could have came back right there, but yeah. Clinical, crazy. First Bloods, Super went crazy with those opening picks and really set the tone for this game. And my goodness. Did you expect that one? That was crazy. Crazy game from them. But ultimately, what a great performance. We said Super was the X factor, and he turned up this time around. Excuse me. I got that was the second time for me today. Everything I say is just completely opposite.
Welcome to the Cast of Curse. Yeah, welcome. You're one of us now.
That's the first time.
I mean, MVP of that last round, Eric Boom. He gets 2 kills, destroys the site all of a sudden. Percentage-wise, heavily in favor of Sukri's Bakery, but credit to them. They went up 5-0 against Ultra Academy on Desert Siege in a Game 5. And that was enough of a cushion to eventually get them over the finish line. And yeah, sure, it looked scary in moments, but outside of that very strange 1v1 that we saw, everything else was pretty much reliant on the first 2 picks. And while that normally is the story for S&D, outside of the first blood, how many rounds was either Sukri's Bakery finding their opening 2 kills untraded, and then the final 3 responses from Ultra Academy? What? We had Harry finding a pick, and then you either had Steve-O or Furious getting one. Like, it was constant. Once we get first blood, then we find the second. We play a 3-on-2 or a 4-on-2. That round's done. It was very rare we saw clutch ups. In this instance, Sukri's Bakery just had all of the momentum on their side. Ellen, talk to me about what you saw.
Yeah, no, and definitely. And I was going to say that it just seemed like, too, that it was always like that bottom palace area that the like Ultra Academy's pushes were being stopped. Yako was always there. They were always in positions to trade, and that's of course the importance. But as we take a look at this series, though, Sean, it was very, very, very interesting games in terms of the hard point. Obviously, kind of very similar in terms of Sukri's Bakery taking map 1 on the Tuscan, and then map 4 in the hard point going to Ultra. But Search and Destroy, again, it's just kind of interesting. It's like even but flopped on different maps across the board. So both teams, ultimately, man, that was a good series. They're just so evenly contested. 6-2 in the search, 6-3 in the search. Just really came down to simple plays in those first blood picks, and of course, players going off.
I mean, that entire game 5 felt like it was entirely winnable for Ultra, but once more, a team effort, and that's the credit for Sucre's Bakery today so far. We will see them again in our second series, but I'm just very, 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 very impressed with the team effort all the way around. Sucre's Bakery, from the opening hardpoint to the control to the final search and destroy. It was a team effort. Everyone pulled their weight, and the results speak for themselves. 250 to 151, a round 5 win in control, and then following it up with a game 5 search and destroy victory, 6-3 over Ultra Academy, which essentially was a 5-0, essentially, 6-1, 6-2 game outside of a round or two. Sucre's Bakery just looked like they had it together today, and they mitigated the mistakes. They got the job done. Congratulations to them. A big, big start to week number 2, day 3 of season 2. Ellen, wrapping up some of our thoughts here. Talk to me about Ultra Academy. What stood out to you? What do they need to work on going forward?
Man, like going into this, I was like more focused on Sucre's Bakery because I was like, man, Ultra, they're just so hot right now. Like they're doing so well. But again, it just capitalizing on certain situations, certain moments that just like, again, Sucre's Bakery just really ran away with. Like looking at, like, I can't really say like what, like they're such a good team. I already thought Ultra is such a good team. It was just more so that like Sucre showed up and did it better, but they still, you know what I mean? Like both teams have their moments. At the end of the day, like I can't really say what to work on. Like they just really had moments where they're just stolen away from them. We all have our bad games. They're still a good team. I'm sure they know what they need to work on, and that's it. That's it.
Well, at the end of it all, it is Sucre's Bakery who do walk away with the victory. Again, it was a pretty close series throughout, but the search and destroy in game 5, that was the biggest testament, obviously, not only for series point, but in the end, we were wondering how are they going to respond from that game 2. That Tuscan S&D was not close. Exactly. It was 6-2. It was a bit deadly, but they bounced back, a team effort. They got the first bloods. More importantly, they were able to chain kills together and escape with numbers. That is a takeaway from us, and this is a moment for you guys to catch your breath. We appreciate you guys joining us for the action. For the moment, we're going to jump to a commercial break. When we come back, we continue on with the second match for Europe here on Stage 2 of the Challengers Elite. You don't want to miss it. We'll see you guys in a moment. Welcome back. We hope you enjoyed the break. I did as well. I'm joined by Dream Crazy, and of course, you know who I am. But at this point in time, all that really matters, Ellen, is that Vengeance and Sucre's Bakery are going head-to-head. Don't know why I got so excited, but it's more Call of Duty for us to watch. Sucre's Bakery just clutched up in a Game 5 against Toronto Ultra Academy, and now they have, I would say, their hands full with Vengeance, but it might be a little less conflicted on that side because, Ellen, this is a team that is not quite on the same cachet as like a Toronto Ultra Academy. Vengeance has a bit they have to prove.
Yeah, no, for sure. And especially in terms of Denza leading the charge here, Wardy, Maple, and Weeman. I would say that for sure. I mean, you look at a player like Denza, who essentially was on that Money Form squad and then has just been on so many teams and hasn't had success, but has found success with these guys. They currently are second. They're 4-1, 13-17 in the maps, and the top performer, you got Wardy, man. This guy, his KD is 1.22 overall KD. And, well, you know, Denza's been off to a slow start this season, but still, they've been finding some sort of success. Obviously, their record shows for it here, Sean. So they're still, I would say, a powerhouse of a team.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of Wardy and Weeman, and I'm a big fan of all these players. Everybody we get to watch over for the amount of years we've seen a lot of these names, they kind of become like homegrown talent, and it's always nice to be able to revisit a lot of these squads. But Wardy's had an exceptional start to this season. Weeman, who's been a veteran for years around, and Maple, right? Like looking back as far back as Modern Warfare in 2019, when the Singularity roster was kind of running the ranks in Europe. Of course, coached by Phoenix at the time. Like, these are players that absolutely know how to put all the pieces together. It just seems that so far this season, they have been struggling a little bit. Now, when we look at Denza, one of the biggest question marks going into Season 2 was really the change from when Denza got removed and he joins this team on Vengeance. Would he continue that same prowess in the slaying department that he had previously? So far, that has not been the case. And that is the biggest question mark for me going into week number 2 is, can Denza turn it around? A lot like the conversation we had around Eric Boom. Denza boasting a 0.86 KD in hardpoint, but the S&D is really the big factor, a 0.67. The dude is struggling. He needs to turn it around in the start of this week.
No, I agree with you there. Denza... He fell short against Doge, essentially, who, I think, aren't they 0-4 right now? But still, 0.74 against a team who essentially doesn't have the best overall record. You're right. Does need to step up. 1-4, excuse me for that. Okay, so they were 1-4 on that. But still, it's just, you got to step it up, showing success there. But still, Wardy, that is the player that I feel like is kind of like the X factor for this team.
Sure.
Because going against Ultra Academy, this guy literally had a 1.39 KD, in hardpoint alone. So he's kind of like the X factor, the one that I would see locking down those lanes, of course, and slaying out for the team.
Well, speaking of X Factors for Sucre's Bakery, we just saw them a couple of times, especially in that Game 5. It was Eric Boom who really stood out in the respawns, but Super, who's been a consistent bottom hand for this squad, constantly finding himself in the top of the kill column, constantly being the ones to kind of open up hard points, to open up a lot of these S&Ds, and one of the most consistent players in control across the region, easily within the top 3 in the region as a whole. In terms of MVP voting, Super's been absolutely fantastic. But as a whole, I mean, this is a squad that needs to clean it up in S&D. Even with their Game 5 win, they can't afford for Series to go the distance, and they have to continue to be a 4-man unit in every single game mode if they want to have success. Yeah,
no, for sure. And exactly just that. Carry that momentum that you just got off that win and keep it moving forward. But everything that Super was doing that last game, obviously in terms of the hardpoint, Sucre really stepped it up. Eric Boom, we said needed to step it up. So realistically, they all turned up on that last series and able to turn the tides, continue that momentum here going forward. But still, Vengeance, although a very good team, and this is, like you said, Denza needs this because the team name speaks for itself. He's been a part of already, 2 squads? We've seen him 3 squads even. This hopefully is it. Maple and Wardy, they've had successes as they played with TMT last stage with Trackster and Baby Connor. So, I mean, there's a duo that's been together for a while. Hopefully now with the addition of Denza and Weeman together, the squad can keep this success going. But so far, so good. And yeah, let's see what we got in the maps here. I'm excited to move forward. And there we go. Tuscan. We talked about Tuscan. I just said that first map. Ward is the one that shut down on this one, Shauna. But Desert Siege for map 2 for Search and Destroy. And then Gavutu Control and double Berlin.
Well, with Toronto Ultra's loss in that last series in Game 5, it means that Rocker are essentially solidifying their spot for the moment in first place, and Vengeance slide up to second place, 4-1 in their series lead, 13-7 in maps, and Sucre's Bakery, again, still hovering around fourth. So the matchup meant more for Sucre's Bakery to continue to stay in fourth place, but it means that Vengeance have an opportunity here, if they win this series, to put more of a front ahead of Toronto Ultra Academy and continue to fight against Rocker for potential number 1 spot. But in general, this is a matchup where maybe the cachet on paper doesn't seem as drastic as it would compared to, Sucre versus Toronto Ultra, but Vengeance are one of the more scrappy teams and consistently have found ways to pull out wins. You're looking at a 3-2 win over Doge, then a 3-0, then a 3-1, then a 3-1. Like they are winning in dominant Game 4 3-0 fashions, and it's consistent. That's the biggest takeaway for me.
Yeah, no, for sure. And of course, I mean, look at the break that they had. Maple, Wee Man, locking down lanes, Denza even with an automaton in his hand, but still, 34-point lead for Vengeance as 13 seconds remain. They still kind of get this scrap time. Maple does get killed off, but still, Denza there for the trade, picks it up, and my goodness, with the heat starting off strong and Vengeance strong, Vengeance already rotated over P2. You see Wardy set up, and they're looking really good right now. This is like, what are we watching? Immediately with the kills, they clear out the back. There's Maple already there set up. They are rotating early. They are clearing off the points. They're winning their ones. And finally, Super kind of a little bit of spring of life. But again, it's still Vengeance remaining control. And this is looking really good start for them as a 60-point mark they hit, and it's only 3 points on the board for Sucre's Bakery. It's
Patient back at the columns, but Wee Man here, he comes with a pistol. Got to finish your gunfights, and that's all 4 dead in the kill feed. Notice how Denza ran the automaton on P1, switches back out to the MP40 so he can maintain to get time in the hill. One of the biggest question marks was how consistent would he be inside the hard point, whether it's finding kills or racking up a majority of that time. So far, so good. 6-2 with about a minute to his name, and we're only 2 hills in. We will rotate towards that back fountain, and with Super now in a position to find some damage over towards top church, shots ring out, but this is a very healthy lead for Vengeance, and it can continue depending on if the kills fall where they may. Sucre now on your screen, looking over to his POV, trying to find work inside the hard point. We'll see what he can find.
Yeah, and that was the key right there, is kind of stay alive in the back. Like, Sucre had that early rotation, and now here's Super to follow. But the problem is they didn't have any of their teammates in the front there. But now, kind of those scrappy rotations come in, and still it's that Ivy side that Vengeance is close on, and they're winning the gunfights 1 by 1. Now, you see Sucre's Bakery kind of funneling into only 1 lane. So you have Eric Boom kind of opening up the push, but it's Wee Man who just obviously clears out 3, again, funneling in each lane. It's Vengeance just complete domination with the MP40s. Now the rotations again are coming through. Sucre's Bakery have to figure out how to hold here, but
yeah,
they got this is the hill that they could do it on. This Churchill would be the one. Look at how spread out all members of Sucre's Bakery are, but still it's Maple on the rotation, Ivy side looking to do some damage.
Wee Man House Tarley, full streaked out, both tiers. I mean, he's just going off. 17 and 5 to his name on a 7 spree, but off the opening break, Wee Man again, now on an 8. Could he find 9? Yes, he can. On the 10th, no, it will not land, but hey, damage is done. 119, 120 to 19. It's a 100-point game early on, and we're only into church. Like, we still got a couple of hills to get through, and yet, with all of that said, Wee Man leading the charge in the slaying department. Finally, a break does follow, and Sucre's Bakery can breathe for the moment, but they must know that spawns are not in front. They have some time to get some time, no pun intended, and Yako will work through the back alley. This is actually a good break for Sucre. Gets them back on the board. They can set themselves up for success here, and you can try to work through those back spawns.
Indeed, and realistically, that was a good break coming in from Sucre's Bakery, but still, it's like, it's almost as if maybe just kind of, they have to slow down their gameplay a little bit, because Vengeance really, again, kind of ran away with it, but still able to kind of bring it back and stop the bleeding just a little bit. Sucre gonna able to get a kill onto Maple there, and now all 4 members of Vengeance do fall at this P5 hill, and look at this. Eric Boom and both Super pushed up mid-map. Now they actually have Sukri's Bakery trapped in that back patio area. So now Sukri, Sukri's Bakery could run away with the lead here, but still, it's Vengeance flooding in on the front, and the push is going to come on through. Yako on a 5 spree does fall.
I was waiting for the nades to come out, but maybe the guns will just do it a little bit better. Wardy, great read there. Maple helping him out in the kill feed. It's 133 to 72, and we continue to grow that lead exponentially. Super on the outside, and there goes the nade. Finally, utility starting to land a couple, but with 15 seconds to go. Again, top side of your minimap. Sukri's Bakery more than happy to give up this scrap time to rotate early. We still have to worry about streaks from Weeman, and this is when they might come into effect. I mean, talk about a great time to invest the glide bomb at least. Then you clear off the point. You put another 45 seconds on the board. All it comes down to is the kills. All blue in the kill feed. Sukri's Bakery respond on the call, and early on, we'll have the early time.
Yeah, it's unfortunate Weeman caught in a sprint right there, but still, the glide bomb, still, Weeman he's going to use it and able to connect on to at least one member of Sukri's Bakery. Eric does fall, and Denza doesn't come in for the push, but not able to get any type of damage onto Super. There it is. Now the flood comes in. Denza with the 2. Does he make it 3? He does. Now clears off the point. Vengeance fly in. What an opening break then from that glide bomb. Really does open it up. And now Denza looking to answer with streaks. Does fall. Yako able to lead the charge. There's Sukri's Bakery pushing on in, but there's only 19 seconds left. You see Super thinking about that rotation. He backs on up, and Vengeance able to pick up this scrap time. Gonna really be thinking about this. Oh, Maple just off screen decides to get 3. Never mind. Set up patio. You see Sukri's Bakery while waiting the push.
Denza through the back, and Super will win it. But if we look at the structure of this hardpoint, how it's played out so far, it's been a bit of a blowout. Just in terms of holding the hills, Vengeance have had no problem on the break. We currently have a hold, and we'll make sure everything's okay. We will keep moving forward. 181 to 105. Onto the point, it's Sukri's Bakery with numbers pushed back. Super letting shots ring out, and he will be successful on the first attempt, but Denza has a couple in front he has to work through. Shout out to Super. Sukri's Bakery needed him to step up. He finally does. Of course, 14 and 15 on 3 spree to his own, but even here, this is a couple of flurry of kills that Sukri's Bakery desperately needed just to stop the bleeding in this hard point. And look how they've managed to keep the gunfights on the outside of the point. They're picking them apart. That's a very nice rotation, and Yako is already out ready and waiting for the next hill to pop.
Oh, yeah, but then that's unfortunate that he does fall on the rotation. Yako, he does manage to fall to Denza, but Super, he's going to be huge here as he has to push this patio side and get the kill onto Denza in the back. Denza, he's very huge because he has to stay alive, but he has 3 members of Sukri's Bakery pushing on through. He does run forward to kind of get out of dodge and maybe get closer to his teammates to actually regroup and then push on through. So Denza gets away with his life, which is very, very smart. 2 players fall from Sukri's Bakery, and now the isolation comes on in. Weeman from the patio side, all members from the front, and now last alive is Super. He falls, and now the flip comes in. It's 188 to 153. Very, very good break from Vengeance, and a huge shout out to Denza for playing his life. But now the streaks from Super come on in, and now this is gonna actually at least clear off the point, but still, that was an absolutely amazing break in, Sean, from Vengeance.
Well, they still got to worry about Sukri in the back, and Wardy takes matters into his own hands very quickly on the initial break. He only got 12 seconds to go, so the scrap time should favor Sukri's Bakery, and the kills will solidify that fact, but we concede the final rotation back over as Vengeance are set up ready and waiting in Church. Super going to wait for the entry. He does have a streak to work with, but you're looking at the positioning towards top Church and Wardy out at P1. There's the break from behind, and Maple with a big gunfight win. Now you have positioning inside. They can win it here on this hard point. You have to contest. Sukri Bakery know that, but they don't have numbers to get inside yet. So finally, with the close spawns, you move up through bottom Church. Denza with a big win, and that might be all she wrote. There is really no way you cleanly get into this hard point. A team nade doesn't help. You're looking the wrong way. Denza trying to find the next victim. It's just been one after another put in the dirt. Vengeance have everything locked up in Church. This is going to be a very clean Game 1 win.
Yeah, indeed, but
wow.
Denza on a 5 streak. Still, Sukri's Bakery can stop the bleeding, but they have to basically play essentially perfect hard point. Maple up top does manage to get 1, and Sukri for the trade, but still, they're going to be thinking about that rotation over to P5. It's going to be the races, and you see number 8, Eric Boom, is going to be the first one there, and there's still 2 members of Vengeance that are going to clear this out, but they have plenty of time to work with as there's only 10 seconds. Again, Sukri's Bakery have to play perfect hard point.
Yep.
And the Floods are going to come on through, and the pinch is in. And again, it's just both members, all members of Sucre's Bakery falling. That is it. Vengeance looking to clear it out. Just a perfect break. Denza for 3, Wardy for 2, zoning forward. And that is going to be the game, Sean. It's 250, maybe not. Wait a minute. Eric stops it with the 2, and still, what? They can hold on, Sean. Look at this. Eric staying alive, and now the single pushing coming in from Vengeance.
Yeah, but you need one hit. You just need one single one, and you continue to throw nades off the back wall. Like, even if you contest, it's going to take a miracle for Sucre's Bakery to turn this one around. Maybe it starts up with Denza. One single hit's all he needs. Denza wins the initial and the follow-up, trying to up his way through the site. Gets 1, gets 3. That's the break. That's the game. Denza calls the shot, and Vengeance take home the victory in game 1, 250 to 215.
Oh my goodness, what a game. I was like calling it right there. I was like, wait, they're all in play. No, that was so fast. But man, huge props to Denza. What an absolute monster. Let's talk about that rotation on that Fountain Hill, like playing their life, baiting, trading. They were in the driving seat. Vengeance was in the driving seat the whole entire time, Sean.
Yep.
Like, that was just amazing. I like how well, and we saw it on the minimap there. Denza just rotating around the hills. Wardy locking it down. And Wee Man, I mean, from the start, they already set the pace of the game, right? Like, they ran away with almost like a 60, 70 point lead, locking down the mid lanes. And, you know, Sucre's Bakery started to show signs of life, but still, it was just how well that Vengeance was just easily able to just control the map the whole entire time and slay out and funnel them into a lane just like that, as you saw.
I mean, it was not a close hard point. I'm not even talking about score-wise. Like, the holds in the hills were pretty much locked down for Vengeance. Their breaks were clinical. They were able to get in with numbers and keep numbers alive, so they were constantly in position to trade. Denza was opening up big 2 pieces and 3 pieces to make the hills easier to chip away. And then you just look at the holes in the end. Like, regardless of whether the nades or not came into effect, it was easy to be able to break a lot of these hills. So for Vengeance, you look at the back of Maple, Denza. I mean, they were so good. Maple with a couple of clutch 2 pieces to really find kills on transition with 13 assists. That can't get overlooked. Denza at 28 and 18 was a standout. We go into a 100-point lead, and we're only into hill number 3 in our first rotation because of him. He had 17 objective kills, let alone the time in the hard point. He certainly had himself a good game. 220. Did the objective, led the slaying. He was excellent.
Insane.
He was excellent.
That is insane. And we just saw how well he valued his life. Like, he would instantly notice, like, okay, they would get the kills, essentially, the rotational kills, but he would instantly notice, okay, I'm the last one here. Instead of ego channeling all 3 members of Sucre's Bakery, what does he do? He gets away from that back fountain area, and he pushes the fire steps, and he gets out of there, and he waits. So it's like you kind of constantly saw that ebb and flow from Vengeance, that like they just kept it consistent no matter what situation that they were in.
That's the key, right? Mitigate the variables, keep yourself consistent, and play clean hardpoint. Like, it sounds super, super easy because we make it sound that way, but in the end, the best teams do it the best for a reason, and Vengeance are one of those squads. There's a reason why they win a lot of their series 3-0, 3-1, very rarely go to game 5, and so far, their hardpoint look clinical. We've had a couple of gripes about Denza's performance going into Season 2, and as Season 2 has concluded, or I should say has continued on, he has struggled, but he's turned it around. And that's the factor, especially with this week mattering as much as it does, with next week being the playoffs. And now you're in second place because of Ultra Academy's failure in that last series. This is the biggest moment for Denza to turn things around, and thankfully he has. And you have Weeman to boot, who was just phenomenal on that hard point. Vengeance looks scary. They look absolutely scary, and this is a team that should not be doubted by name alone. They have all of the talent in the world to be able to figure this out.
You said it perfectly. Honestly, well said. Going into this Search and Destroy, like, it's going to be scary. Especially if they continue playing like that, like all across the board, the subs, the ARs. And I really, really like the fact, I mean, we're talking about Denza again, but I really like the fact that he was switching between the Automaton and an MP40 when it was needed. And it's crazy because we see players do that. I mean, I don't know about you guys, but I'm doing that in ranked play. Like, I'm calling it all the time. Hey, I'll pull this out, I'll pull this out. Like, it's an amazing thing when you have a flex player like that doing it so well and understanding when to do it. But take a look at map number 2, though, Sean. Desert Siege on Search and Destroy. We just saw how amazing Sukri's Bakery plays on this map, so I would be a little bit scared for Vengeance, though, if I were them, watching how that went down.
I mean, you're going to need this if you want this series to be anything other than a reverse sweep, but I got to tell you, with the way that Vengeance looked in that hard point, the way that Wee Man is shooting, the way that Denza looked comfortable, especially with multiple players around him at all times, I don't necessarily think I give this nod over to Sukri's Bakery. It looked like they were outmatched, and that could just be the caliber of, you know, starting on a Tuscan hardpoint against a better Vengeance squad. But this game, too, really matters for the series, let alone for the lead. You're looking at a potential 2-0 series lead for Vengeance. However, if that becomes the case, Sukri's Baker are going to have a mountain out of a molehill they got to figure out. But this is a crucial game, too. Sukri's Bakery have to have the same performance they had in that last series.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely correct. That's well said. In terms of this, too, like, I'm going to be looking at those sniper shots. I mean, Maple has a tendency to do it in the past, we've seen, and that's who you got to shut down, right? Shut down Super. I mean, we've seen him pop off on this Desert Siege map. Going to be looking at those opening pick snipes on that desert side, train side, and just find a way to shut him down. But, yeah, it's so evenly matched. I mean, on paper, you look at it and you look at the stats, and, I mean, in terms of this Desert Siege map, both teams, I think, in terms of on stream, what they haven't lost it. I don't think, right? If that's 100% correct. So, yeah, I mean, yeah, this is going to be a close game either way. I'm here for it.
I am too. Taking notes, figuring out what the matchup might look like. If we see a counter snipe from both teams, again, that will come into play as the rounds spell out. But in this moment, I think you could avoid first couple of rounds snipe from Sukri's Bakery. You could decide just play up maybe a 2A or 3AR 2 sub or 3AR 1 sub strat early on. In this situation, though, it really just does come down to how quickly and efficiently you can get through these rounds, because I do not think it's going to be as 5-0 rolled over the way that we saw Ultra Academy kind of get pushed around. For Vengeance, it very much does come down to, obviously, mid-map pressure. The way that they were able to command a lot of that hard point was because of the mid-map pressure, knowing where to be and when to be it. But for Desert Siege, first bloods are huge. Second bloods are almost more important because of how quickly you can isolate members. So I'm not even looking at the ARs on this one. I'm looking at the subs for this map. Like, specifically Eric Boom, like, the way we've kind of harped on him for most of the day, but for a reason, because he is that good. He's that special of a player. But in general, for Sukri's Bakery, like, super sure we could talk about the fact that, like, he needs to, you know, he needs to play well, but that's a given for this team. In general, the same way that they had a team effort against Ultra Academy, it's the same exact thing here. Like, Yako has to have, and Yako and Sukri need to have that kind of Eric Boom performance from the last series, especially on this map mode. But Ellen, we talk a lot.
Well, you mentioned, I was going to say, you mentioned mid-map pushes, right? I would just to interject real quick. We saw Yako do that, and he did that against Ultra Academy, sitting in that bottom palace area, stopping those bottom window pushes. So I'm going to expect to see a lot of fights go down in that area. Obviously, top palace, bottom palace, we know that's just a building that is kind of like a must-need to control to win that map, no matter what side you're on. Of course, so you could play off of it, but depending. But either which way, it's important. But yeah, I'm gonna be looking at Yako to stop those pushes if there are. You know, Vengeance has a tendency to push aggressive in mid and get that palace control, maybe get that B-bomb down. It's gonna be one of those guys maybe just kind of sitting in the corner, playing patient, playing those awkward angles is the key here, essentially, to maybe stop.
That's absolutely correct. And what more importantly matters for this series is specifically where this map and mode sits, right? If you win this in your Vengeance, you have a commanding lead and basically all of the pressure put onto the shoulders of Sukri's Bakery. On the other side, stalling Vengeance might be the key to victory here. Finding ways to pick them apart at mid-map, sure, but disrupting the setups early on in these rounds, that's going to be the crucial factor. Sukri's Bakery cannot afford to go down 2-0 against Vengeance with how well they've been playing today. Vengeance now sitting in second place given Toronto Ultra Academy's loss in the last series. This is a big, big game 2, almost more so than any other game we've seen so far today. And we'll see what happens early on. Is Eric Boom on site? And Wee Man looking for the kill.
Stun check is in too, but nothing does connect. And yes, that's just the key here, is look for the kill. You see Wardy tucked away deep in that back left train side, and so Wee Man still kind of peeking, but the first interaction could be between him and Eric Boom. Still very patient plays. Wee Man. Nope. Super with the opening pick again. Takes him down.
That's a big one. This nade, though, might help things. No, it does not connect. I don't even think it got a tag. I didn't see a hit marker at all.
What?
Maybe it was just out of a little bit of out of splash radius. We'll call it. We'll chalk. You know what? We'll just chalk it up to random things. Anyway, moving back over with Denza. Bomb carrier towards A. Sukri could be in a position to at least spot the plant if he's lucky enough, but here it goes. Do they sniff it out? Sukri's Bakery surely might have. Eric Boom now making a play, but he gets cut down thanks to the Guardian Angel. That is Wardy. Sukri can't respawn on Denza, and Denza quickly challenges on the Eagle. I love that. Super with an aid. No flush. Here comes the push. Misses the shot.
Oh, man. That was an interesting but beautiful rotation from Vengeance, and Super really is just going to have to hurry up and find a first pick here. Yako could be the one to do it, but they have to move fast. There's only 20 seconds left, but Maple able to counter, takes the shot, and that's it. Yeah, really hard. Not a lot of time there, and Vengeance, very, 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 very convincing clinical search and destroy there. I wish you could have saw my face, Sean, when Denza threw that nade onto the bomb. Because I was literally like question mark for like 30 seconds of that round. Like, I don't know how that didn't connect. I maybe it landed on the other side, but still, like, I don't know. That was weird. Because it was just very interesting. But anyway, attacking now. Super again. The sniper out. Misses the shot, but does spot Wee Man on the slide. And again, it's really both rounds have just been, again, just kind of really patiently waiting for that opening pick. And neither teams have gotten it.
Well, you don't want to overpeak. And if you do, Wee Man, bye-bye. Nice job by Super. It's first blood yet again. Sukri's Bakery. Eyes over towards B, but the response happens on the other side of the map. Here comes the rotation from the bomb. Patiently waiting for his second chance. And there it might be. Wait a minute. Wardy, staying alive. Okay, nothing's happening.
Sukri was coming in for the help, but he actually does spot him now. There it is. Wardy does get trapped in between Super and Sukri. Now in a 3 versus 2, Denza. Gonna look to play that opening pick, but Yako accidentally shoots, does manage to slide away with his life. Make it not. Maple takes him down. But now the bomb, now down. 1 versus 2 for Super. Well, he does try to isolate one player. He still only has 13 seconds left, Sean. I don't see how he's going to do this. He's got to do it fast, but not really enough time to work with. Maple just going to play the time dance around. And Super does get the kill. But Denza, he just needs to chill. He's going to shoot over at B. Vengeance win the round. Due to the time.
Don't you hate that? And the time just runs out. One round at a time. Vengeance. Losing first blood, but it doesn't matter. They've handled the pressure. Only 2 rounds in. We still got a ways to go. We'll see who your bomb carrier will be for this one. Round number 3 now on your screen. And Denza will carry it on a 3 spree of his own. Here comes the pre-nade. Looking for Eric Boom potentially on the wide peak, but Maple will snipe in hand. Could get lucky on Yako, break down one more board, maybe have a chance. Instead, we will fall back.
Eric Boom is the key here. He can actually potentially get damage done, and he does. He knocks down 2 and might get the third onto Maple. He tags him up. Maple gets away. Now, 3 versus 2. Wee Man able to take down Eric Boom. And now Sukri does get the trade, and it leaves Maple. Easy shot onto Super there through the crack. And now left at a 1 versus 2.
Plenty of time to get this one done. Maple guesses correctly, and never mind. Well, that whole soliloquy I was about to go on, just thrown out the window. Yet again, Sukri's Bakery, finally, with first blood, convert it into a round win.
And, I mean, shout out to Eric Boom there. He was literally inchworming his way across the train side the whole entire time and did not get spotted. Maple, just with that timing, turned. And then boom, Eric was able to get 2. But still, sneaky plays. Can't let him fall through the cracks. Super.
Wow.
Tags him again, possibly with the first blood, though. Eric does take down Wardy.
Peek it again. Peek it again. Yeah, there we go. Super. Found it. 2 bloods in a row. Numbers advantage towards Sukri's Bakery. Yako has only had 3 engagements so far. We're 4 rounds deep, but... Uh-oh, Denza playing very cheeky. Did they hear that? They must have. Well, this round comes to a crawl as bombs getting planted.
And now Maple has that sniper in hand, but at least Denza does group up with him. But the problem is there's 4 members up. Denza does get some shots into Yako. Gonna try to go for the instant trade, but doesn't want to over peek too much. Maple able to take down 2 at least. Does even it up to a 1 versus 2, but still, he's got to isolate a player, and he only has 23 seconds left. Not enough time. Super able to take him out. Now Secrets win that round, evening it up 2-2. But still, those first bloods, Super, Sean, I had to just interject that. He's nasty with it. Still with this car.
It's amazing how simplified the game becomes when you just can't clear out the other sniper, where you lose 1/3 of the map. You can't get a clean push over to A for the retake nor to B. Depending on where you go, the sniper can really lock down so much. Duh. Denza with an 8. What can he find? Bank it off the palm tree. Love that. Doesn't connect for anything, but he'll move into sight and get the bomb down. Do they read this quickly? I mean, Super could make a play, sure. Sukri does drop. Numbers for Vengeance and bomb down. This is going to have to be a very, very tough retake, but Sukri's Baker are up to the challenge. Oh, no way.
They are.
Oh, I thought he was going to stick. Never mind.
Eric. There he does. Does tag down Denza. But still, Wee Man in the back. Has eyesight on the bomb, but oh my god, simultaneously, all members of Sukri's Bakery win their 1s. And realistically, Maple has to hurry up and peek the bomb, but it's Super up from above. On a 5 streak, takes him down. And Sukri's Bakery, the retake onto the bomb site. Good stuff. Everybody just realistically won their 1s there.
They're pulling a page out of Toronto Ultra Academy's playbook, just 1 round at a time. And again, when you can hold 1 lane of the map, no parallel sniper on the other side to immediately respond, you win your first blood, you can start to lock down on one side and pick numbers apart. It's very easy to win a lot of these rounds, especially when you're planting. On the attacking
I say there
side.
too, really quick, Sean, that Wardy was really huge with that because he pushed bottom window and had first blood. Vengeance shouldn't have lost that, I feel like. But anyways, Wee Man made up for it. He got first blood now.
We do have a response. 3v3. About 1:10 to go. Bomb will move its way over, and it goes down momentarily, but Denza could sniff this out very, very quickly. It's Eric Boom around. Wee Man will take out Super, and now numbers start to collapse in on one another, but it's just around the walls. Wee Man might get lucky with COD timing here. And he will. Oh, yep, there it is. There's the cleanup 3v1. This should be a defuse. Yako has to take down 3 players of Vengeance with an MP40. I don't see that happening.
You can at least maybe get 1, but no, it's not enough time to check the bomb. The bomb is defused, yes. I was going to say, Sean, maybe if he got close enough to maybe get the pick off the bomb, but it was really hard, of course, when Vengeance is locking down both lanes still. Could have been possible, but the key is to get away with your life and run the clock. But either way, Wee Man now is on a 3 streak. He's kind of stepping it up for the squad here. But on the attacking side now, it looks like the bottom palace is going to be played. But look at Sukri's Baker going really fast. Wardy able to stop down at least 1 member. Fast plays come in, and Yako with the trade. So now Sukri's Bakery kind of looking to get that mid-map control. Denza takes down 1 and falls. And now that leaves Maple last alive.
Oh, well, this was a quick round. COD timing? Did they see him? I think that was COD timing. But they might check it anyway. Oh my god, he runs into both, and he gets gunned. It was a valiant effort, but Sukri's Bakery, 1 round at a time, yet again, 4 straight rounds, non-stop. These boys are putting on a clinic, and they're showing that it was not a fluke against Toronto Ultra Academy. They absolutely have a plan for this map.
Indeed, they do. And I feel like Super is a part of that. 10-3 now, by the way. Those opening snipes are just completely deadly. If you could find a way to shut down Super, you can run away with this map. But here on the opening pick, you see the bomb is going to work its way towards B-side yet again. Sukri, he's going to be locking down the rotation, and ultimately they're set up. Sukri's Bakery. Excuse me, Super looking to get that first pick, but Yako is on the bomb. Denz is trying to trade it out, but it's a 3 versus 3. 4 versus 3, excuse me.
I was wondering if Yako would let shots ring and then put the bomb down, but instead he's going to regroup, and I like that call. You wait to see if you get another number. If you make it a 3v2, then you put the plant down, but instead you play for the spread. Oh, Denza spotted one. Yeah, Denza nicely read. Great eyes. 3v2 for Vengeance. All the positioning in the world to be able to get this one done. Even if Denza goes down, you can collapse numbers and potentially escape through. But this is a very long... I don't want to call it a rotation, but this is a very long decision to get over towards A. Can he get back behind Wardy unseen? He might in time. He will. At least he gets the kill. 2v1 for Vengeance.
20 seconds left. Super is going to look to try to get a pick on the back, but I don't think he actually spotted. Maybe he did. Denza, he knows there's a player back here, but he essentially doesn't know where the second person is. But either which way, it's not really enough time to plant. So yeah, ultimately Super just kind of running around. Gonna try to look for somebody, but yeah, stay alive. Vengeance now on the board, tying it up 4-4.
It's been just round length-wise one of the longer S&Ds we've seen so far. Both teams really letting the positions kind of play out as well. Like progressions into the rounds, we can talk about defensively, offensively, dimensions, but when we're just looking at reading through the progressions, getting towards that second phase in an S&D, getting towards the third phase in your post-plant positioning, a lot of that has come to fruition early on in this S&D. Will it continue in the late round? Wow, look at this spread. One up for Denza, but everybody else kept back. Oh, this is such a risky play. I love this.
I love it. And the stun check 2 over at A makes actually Sukri's Bakery kind of regroup and think that they're going to A, but the bomb goes on B, and all members are sitting back, so they're anticipating the push.
Oh, man, Denza. You talk about first blood, maybe second, but here comes the push from the back. Denza's ready and waiting. They're on bomb, though. They're sticking it. They're sticking it. The absolute balls. They're sticking it. Nobody's checking bomb. Yako's still on the bomb. They get him off. Did they kill it? Vengeance get it. Nicely read. Sukri's Bakery tried their best, but Vengeance know better. They get eyes over to the site. They check it, and Denza with a big win on a Yako.
That was a gunfight Super had to win, and it's crazy because Super had the first blood, or not the first blood, excuse me, he had the first kill before that. He had the snipe, and then, I don't know, maybe if he had a pistol in hand, or if he actually had the chance to pick up an MP40, but not able to get that kill. That was the kill he needed there on Denza, but still, it was a very, very nice attempt. But now look at this. Sukri's Bakery leaves the bomb down in spawn, and Eric Boom quickly pushes up and gets first blood, so now they have advantage.
They do, but it comes down to 4. Comes down to Denza. If Denza gets this, we even it out in the life count. It's player above. Does Denza even know? Yako's underneath. Does Denza know? Well, Wardy, 2v3. Denza and Wardy, now just up to Denza. On the bomb. And he might have been spotted. He was. He's going to get pushed. He wins it, though. 1v2. He can play time. Yeah.
Realistically, Denza, I mean, yeah, they're going to plant. He's going to have to isolate a player, and he's going to wrap all the way around. So they're going to anticipate this, as obviously they know. Sukri's Bakery, you see both Sukri anticipating this, and Yako kind of there set up for a trade, but 28 seconds left. Can he do it?
It's a 1v2 for the game. A 2-0 lead in the series. Big win. Denza, 1v1. Yako pushing. Oh, he read it correctly, but COD timing gets us to around 11. Sukri's Bakery. Breathe. Wipe the sweat off your brow. Regain. Rub your hands together. Fist bumps across. Round 11. Here we come.
I'm shaking. I'm like, oh my God. Crazy stuff. Super. Denza. Who's going to get first blood? But on the attacking side, it's Vengeance. 5v5. This is for all the beans. Will Vengeance go up 2-0 or will Sucre's Bakery tie the series 1-1?
He's got streaks. You could use a glide bomb. Oh my God, Yako, first blood again. Here comes the glide bomb. At least you get info. Even if you connect with nothing, they're all in the middle house. This could be doable. Maybe for one, he will. So you'll trade it out, even up the numbers. But here goes bomb. And this looks a lot more doable for Vengeance.
But we say that, and Eric does take down Wee Man. So now it's a 2 versus 3. Denza does have the bomb in Narnia Land, has 50 seconds to plant it. But look at where Maple is. He's on the other side of the map. If Denza goes down here, I think that's it.
God,
you got to get that bomb, and you got 3 players of Sucre's Bakery to take down on it. So Denza just gets tagged up.
Wow.
And Maple could potentially flank around, but again, Palace control is controlled, and Denza falls. The bomb is in Narnia. Maple has a sniper in hand. There's 30 seconds left, Sean. I don't think he's going to take this here. This is going to be very hard to do. That is a convincing, I think, win to Sucre's Bakery. That is it. Good stuff to them.
I don't know if I run the snipe in round 11. I don't know if I split numbers like that after the investment of the glide bomb. That is a round that Vengeance should have won, even after the glide bomb was used. You had an ability to put that bomb down on sight. Maybe you get quick peeked, maybe, but you maybe take you take that risk, you take that challenge. And Vengeance in a round 11 with a strange split, like you completely lose numbers on opposite sides of the map, and now you're basically hoping that you can rotate and keep Sucre's Bakery locked inside the palace. That was really, really strange. And maybe I'm blasted, which is usually the case, but wow.
No. I thought it was strange too, because again, what really kind of stopped their push, though, I will say, just to interject that, is the fact that Yako had that nade kill onto Wardy, right? So they kind of stopped the push, caught them off guard, and then Denza had no choice but to use the streak. He does take down Super, but again, like you said, all members were isolated. What Sucre's Bakery did well is, what did we say? Controlling Palace wins you this game. All 3 members of Sucre's Bakery were inside of Palace, and ultimately holding that, they were able to isolate Denza out in Narnia Land, and then the bomb was down. They had nothing that Maple could do. And like you said, I don't agree with the sniper, but still, either which way, I thought that was a really good game. Back-to-back rounds overall.
Yeah.
Super was the one that you wanted to take out round 11, so that ultimately, that was like, oh, God, I feel like you should have... That should have been the round to win, but when you get caught off guard by some of those nades, I mean, shout out to the nade, but holy first bloods from both teams.
Shout out first bloods.
Yeah, it was a good game.
And shout out to guaranteed. We're going to another hard point. We're guaranteed a game 4 in this series, but there is your stats for the series. Maple, 5-8 so far in that S&D. It was Wardy who was doing a lot of the dirty work around the Palace, but in general, like, Denza led the charge, and that was essentially it. It was like Denza versus Super for the majority of this game. And, well, Sucre's Bakery clutched up in a round 11. A very, very huge game number 2, let alone the fact that, of course, going into control next, this could have been a 2-0 series for Vengeance, where then all the momentum is clearly on their sides. But for now, Sucre's Bakery can breathe a little bit, sigh of relief, get themselves ready to go back into control. Yep. Certainly a game 2 that maybe you think that Vengeance have an opportunity to win, but in general, looking at the series layout, Gavutu coming up next. This is, again, a lot like what we saw in the first series with Sucre's Bakery. It was 2 Tuskens, then a Gavutu, then a Berlin. Now it's a Tusken, a Desert Siege, Gavutu, Berlin. So Sucre's Bakery have seen these maps and modes just 15 minutes ago. Like, they're probably ready.
Yeah. No, for sure. Like, we already know how, like, I guess if we want to talk about Vengeance, on control, they have won Gavutu a couple of times. They've lost Tusken once. So still a very good control team. Don't count them out yet. But yeah, it's really, I'm really going to be looking at Maple this game, obviously, to step it up with the Autobaton, the ARs in hand, and locking down those lanes, because the Search and Destroy essentially had 4 first deaths. So that just tells me you're not winning those gunfights against Super, right? You need to lock down those lanes. Gavutu,
sure,
you got to shut him down. So I'm really looking at him to just step it up in this game.
Ellen, if I see another 2-minute round where we're going to wait a minute 50 to make our push. I'm going to scream. I'm going to lose it, Ellen. Okay. I can't see that anymore. All right. I need to see commitment to the play, trusting your teammates. And this is very much going to come down to the AR. So we made a huge deal about the subs in the S&D, but I mean, we're playing Gavutu control, guys. Like, it's literally going to be ARs. So Super going to have to step it up. If Denza is running the automaton like he was in the first half of that Tuscan hardpoint, all of a sudden, Denza could become the MVP of this series. But predictions, here we go again. I'm doing it anyway. What are you thinking?
I think Vengeance is going to take this. And I'm going to say that, don't get me wrong, again, both good teams. But how well that Vengeance... essentially, that from what I've seen just from watching Sucre's Bakery, even in the first series and just now, how well that they bait, trade, pick up lanes as a team. Search and Destroy, we know that's kind of like its own entity. It's a little bit different compared to Respawn. But in terms of Respawn, and on paper, it looks like Vengeance does a really good job of doing that as a whole. Overall, KDs all around, and Control, I mean, you got 1.8 for Wardy, 1.14 for Maple, 1.14 for Weeman, Denza, a little bit lower on the Control side, but he's, again, this week has picked it up from what we've seen. He has been slaying out of his mind this game.
Yeah, that's essentially what I was going to say is, like, even with that stat from Denza, he's found a way. Like, he's found the Denza of old, the Denza that we saw in the Modern Warfare season, in the Cold War season. Denza is playing great Call of Duty. I'm going to wrap that sentence up with that fact. And now we're going to get into our Gavutu control. Series tied 1-1. If you can't read, I'll help you. Series tied 1 apiece. Vengeance drop around 11, but credit to Sucre's Bakery for the clutch gene. They did what they had to, and that's the key. They've always figured out a way to win. They did against Toronto Ultra Academy. Now, a similar situation where, looking back even towards the last series, Sucre's Bakery were able to walk away on 3 straight defensive rounds. Can they do it here? Or will this one end quicker? We've yet to see. We'll find out in a moment. Denza on your screen opening things up with a kill.
Yeah, and I mean, look at that. Instantly, we talk about the lanes and how they push. Vengeance, immediately. Denza doesn't know exactly that Yako's on his chase, but Yako doesn't get the kill. Now he does. Eric Boom does. But still, look at how they started. 2-2 split, 2 mid, and they're already capitalizing on A. Wardy's already set up back green. This is perfect if he can be set up essentially for his spawn trap, but still, on pinch, on the flank, he does manage to take down 2. So now look at Vengeance is already set up for a hot start.
Well, those 3 kills will certainly help open up the site, and look what's happening now. You basically have A locked down. Weeman gets burned by Super, and Super finds 2, so he's going to be an X factor for this game, let alone a key player, I should say, that we should be looking out for. Really, how the defense will step up for Sucre's Bakery is yet to be seen, but so far, barely even in the life count, 24-22 in favor of Vengeance, as Maple tries to work his way up mid, but with the pistol at range, he will not find the shots. Denza back down to the point, and as things quiet down, that might be enough to get A locked up.
Yep, just slow it down a little bit. Slow it down. That's all you got to do. They're so close to capturing A, and you see there's going to be a little bit of pressure kind of going towards that P1 side, but Denza's still kind of locking down this LST ship. Runs out of ammo, but it doesn't matter. There for the trades. Sucre's Bakery do clear it up a little bit, but last alive there, it's Weeman able to clear off the point and hopefully get this final tick of progression. There's only 1 left. There's 30 seconds left. They kind of have to force their efforts on to A. So you see all set up on the bottom half of your minimap. Vengeance is doing just that, locking it in. 29 seconds left. They secure the time. So now with 17 lives remaining on both sides, going to see that rotation and these basically opening picks to work their way over towards B.
2 and 5 for Sucre, but into the lanes we go. Couple of challenges in front. A minute 14 on the defensive end. Sucre's Bakery trying to win the opening round, but with Super in a power position and more importantly, numbers towards the point, you have a chance here to begin to stifle some of those pushes from Vengeance, and so far so good. All blue in the kill feed, couple of nades ring out, but nothing really connecting, as Sucre will meet his demise very quickly, and now numbers fly their way through the gun, but Eric Boom's there to meet him, and Eric Boom is there to beat him. 2 in a row. Yako with 3, 50 seconds to go. The hold from Sucre's Bakery is going quite well.
I hope you know I'm smiling so big right now. Yako able to kill Maple right now. Sucre's Bakery. You know, these essentially going to have to try to make some damage in the spawn. Yako looking for players, but still Vengeance able to kind of get out that beach side. And Sucre just locking down the tank. There's only 25 seconds left remain. It's realistically only one good push here, and the kills have to come in. So there it is, inching their way slowly forward. You see Vengeance working their way on in, and on the point, it's Denza leading the charge. Sucre's Bakery gonna have to funnel into this one lane. But now it's Vengeance who actually remain on the point. They have to go in now. I'm not sure what this patient play is, but Sucre does pick up 2.
Uh-oh.
And again, it's Denza. Uh-oh, with the 3 streak. Sean, this could be it.
Yeah, well, Denza's shooting like this. Uh-oh. There goes Yako. That's the second tick. Almost done. Denza's just got to play his life, but the problem is you can still get wallbang through that. Shout out Attach. We love you. Denza at 6 and 5. Now over towards the boards, but here comes Yako. Does he even read it off the rip? Yako does. Big win to get one off, but it's 4v3. Numbers still there for Vengeance. Numbers need to stack. Yako's now on the point with the MP40. Surely he can just slide his way through. Here comes the knees, and Yako's got the gunny. There's the decap. 8 seconds to go. No one in a position to stop the time, but here comes Wardy for a chance. The last hope. Only one around. He'll get cut down. Sucre's Bakery down to the final numbers. We'll get it done on the defensive end. They take round 1.
Oh man, and shout out to Yako like for the stop right there. I'm not sure. I don't know exactly off the break there like the exact like obviously so much is happening, but Wardy,
sure.
We talked about it earlier about some members when the final seconds of kind of working their efforts towards that mid and right like back green side, and we talked about it earlier. Was that the right play? Should he have just went front to lead the charge with his teammates? Because that left, essentially 3 members alive there. But I don't know exactly. I have to go back and watch that. I feel like Vengeance should have took that. Either which way, driving seat right now. It is Yako moving forward, kind of working that back green area, but able to stop the push. It's Vengeance. 3 members of Vengeance, by the way, are holding back green, and only 1 at B. So working their efforts towards A, it's still Sucre's Bakery who remain on the point, working that first tick of progression.
Super doing his best Kodak Black impression of driving the boat. The Sucre's now inside, and he'll get cut down as quickly as that gunfight starts, and all of a sudden it's 4 dead and the kill feed all red. No, you're not seeing it. It's a complete wipe. Vengeance pushing their way out of the point, and they're controlling spawns for Maple. Look how far up he's pushed. Yako quickly off the read. There goes Eric Boom. Nicely done. We'll see what else he can find on a 3 spree. Could he make it 4? Sucre, maybe the next victim. Super wins the challenge and the trade. So all of a sudden, with that quick push, Vengeance now have to worry about numbers as they're getting split apart and beaten. That's another 3 wipe. Great response from Sucre's Bakery to get back over to A.
This is so interesting. Yeah, indeed. And again, just completely kind of isolating that P1 too. So they have members at A, and they're already working that beach side. So they could be set up for success here if Super can get into a position, but able to spot it. Denza's on the hunt, kind of playing ring around the rosy. But there for the trade, for the pickup, Yako is going to help too. This is huge gunfights right here. If Sucre's Baker can manage to get these kills, they can actually work their way towards B, but it's Vengeance with the stop. So now the position is to basically isolate and trap Sucre's Bakery forward, but Eric Boom working his way middle. Is going to look to stop the bleeding here.
I love that
But
play from
still,
Wardy.
Yeah, very good play call from them.
They're not taking any dumb gunfights. Like they're making sure they get their numbers in position to potentially trade on a cross. But that whole play from Wardy, right? Put shots out, back up, and wait for a time to challenge. Once you do, you still maintain numbers over towards the gun. So the defensive setup remains perfect right now. Vengeance not wasting any opportunities nor the positions, and Sucre, a couple of shots that do tag him, but not enough for the kill. Here comes Wardy for a challenge and a win, and he stays alive. So they're maintaining spawns, they're maintaining numbers, and you're in a position to trade. It doesn't matter that Sucre picks up that kill there. Weeman is still in a position at gun to deal some damage, and that's the biggest takeaway. They're just not getting pushed out of their lanes.
Indeed. Such a good job of picking up their lanes. Weeman, of course, locking down this gun, but still, live advantage for Vengeance. And Sucre's Bakery going to have to figure out how to push, but really it's going to be Super that can funnel in and make a pinch shot at least to this P1 site. And there it is. Yako opens it up onto Denza. Weeman is holding on to the flank, but ultimately they're trying to isolate and look for Weeman. They still can't. Super able to get him finally, and Wardy still, again, playing ring around the rosy, able to take down maybe 2. It's Denza there picking up the trade. And again, Vengeance just doing such a good job picking up the trades and keeping them off. So 2 seconds left. I mean, not enough time for Sucre's Bakery, but good job at just rotating over, picking up those lanes and locking them in. Locking down everything that they needed to do. That's really the name of the game, Sean. If you can push up and just keep funneling and isolating like players into that back beach area, that's ultimately what you want to do. But on this map, the 2 points that are just so important, that anti-air gun, of course, and then that LST ship. But I feel like at some point or another, you just need to keep, like you said, keep that constant ebb and flow. And Vengeance just always just does a good job of it.
Yeah, we've entered the like Oprah version of Control. We're like, you get a defensive round, now you get a defensive round, and nobody's gonna win offense today. I kind of like this. So far, so good for Denza. Uncontested as he moves his way into the point. For Vengeance now, just comes down to, again, mitigating the mistakes of mid-map. That team nade might help things. Here's the challenge from Wardy. Shout out to the communication in those comms. I'm sure it's lit up, but 29 to 27 early on. Couple of decent trades, nothing too cheeky. As we work on that second ticket A.
Yep, and there it is again. And that's kind of where, too, Sean, just for the defensive side on Gavutu, where teams just kind of play for kills. Like, they have in the back of their mind, like, okay, we know we can't win this attacking round. Let's just play to slay. And look at Wardy, kind of doing just that. Working behind an angle to where he can just play for a pinch. So able to take down one, and stay alive. Maple picks up 2 in the front. So now Wardy can just essentially keep doing damage back here and hopefully secure that defensive round on the swing factor if, in so fact, they do lose. But we don't want that to happen. We want to just keep popping off and win our attacking round. So Wardy is just doing just that. Do the damage, slay out, and be annoying and go on a 5 spree.
Now, that certainly helped open up the point, and beachfront now wide open, so it's free real estate for Denza and company. But how long until Denza gets peppered with shots? Now falling off spawn, it's Weeman who has to make the long trek over, and Denza can't win the opening gunfight, so Weeman has to hold his horses at Top Gun. No extra advancement because of those lost fights, but he might find one anyway. Maybe the second. Can't find the picks, but doesn't matter. Here come the numbers, and player number 2, that's Wardy over at the boat. Maybe Wardy plays through mid-map and tries to pull lanes away from the beachfront. You got a minute 50 to go and the life lead. You could play this like TDM and potentially win this round. And that's probably what they're going to do. And that's what Wardy does now sitting in the boat.
Yep. No, indefinitely. And that's exactly what it's going to happen. Ring around the rosy, but play your life. And there you go. You fall mid. But still, on the beach side,
yeah,
Maple is by himself. And again, Wardy's just going to set up to get in that position to be annoying. Look how much time they have, too. There's only 10 lives left, and they have a minute and 27 seconds to do it. So much time. Wardy, again, annoying, constant pressure. Apply the pressure, funnel him out, and you're just doing that. And now look at 3 members of his teammates can just flood in through the front. And Sukri's Bakery just kind of worried about Wardy in the back. Do nade off Denza, and they're not able to get the second tick of progression, but Maple's still there, is just holding down Beach, and all they have to do now is just get 5 kills. Yep. TDM for a minute, I'll take it. It's a search and destroy.
And that's what they're doing. They're not using the time as a buffer to get onto the point. They're using it as a clock to make sure they clean up the kills necessary. So if you have a minute 15 to go, okay, let's play TDM for a minute 15 and just run around the map and get kills. Then you worry about the tick because of a potential overtime. But 15 to 2, this one's done, and they get the 3rd tick. So they hold on to lives, they don't feed kills, and if they have to go to a round 5, Ellen, they got the final capture on the B. They get all 6 ticks on this round. That is huge. It's not just about you getting the final 2 kills. They wanted to make sure they got B locked up, potentially for an overtime. And so far, they played that last minute 40 as essentially as flawless as you could. They have a 2-1 lead right now. And Wardy's been a big reason because of that. 24-16. It's a full team effort for Vengeance. They're looking very good on Gavutu.
Oh, yeah, for sure. And huge, not only Wardy, but also shout-outs to Maple. He was far deep beach, just staying there getting kills. And again, the stack on middle from Vengeance, from the ARs, 3 lines of defense, all members of Sukri's Bakery fall down. So now they're funneled in again to Ivy side, and there's Maple just picking up the lane again. So this is just like, when you're ones, like, what does Sukri's Bakery have to do to stop this? Because Vengeance is just doing it so well. Pushing forward, Maple again. There we go. Super O gets that entry kill. But they're just going to have to figure out how to get these picks and stop getting, make a stop to this. But how do you do it when Denza's slaying like that? This is just so good from Vengeance, just constantly picking up the pressure, Sean.
Yeah, these routes from Wardy are clean. I mean, he's winning. He's winning his gunfights. He's maintaining his position. So you're pulling attention away from everybody else. Look at the spread on your minimap. Look at the 50-yard line. It's all of vengeance. Like, not only are they winning their gunfights, but they're not backing down. And even when they lose numbers, Wardy's more than happy to play spoiler through the back. Even if he just finds one, he's getting info off spawn. So the rest of vengeance know how to attack this on front B. And there goes the second tick on to B. We're going to leave off A with 23 seconds to go. But here's the collapse, and it's a 4-4 hit. 2 from the side. The route's being filled. Wardy opens up with the initial first blood for vengeance. And second, Denza shuts it down. Super has to work through the back. He gets cut. All 4 down. Vengeance, clinical, precise, clean, absolutely disgusting. They've locked it down. The defense is holding. 13 seconds to go. This control is all theirs.
Yeah, this is their playground easily. Like, Denza's middle, all the lanes are getting picked up. Realistically, they have to flood. Sucre's Bakery have to flood through Ivy. They have to go now. The only person to do it is Super, but he does manage to. No, he doesn't. I was like, oh, I thought he slid in, but no. Vengeance is just too good, bro. Like, that was amazing stuff from them. And yeah, huge shout outs to Wardy from. I mean, all of them, not even 40, all of them just staying alive, playing their life. And we saw it, Denza do it in the hard point where he played his life, waited for his teammates, and Wardy did it just there. We just saw it in the last 30 seconds. He was alive, the back beach side, Sucre's Bakery all pushed up the B point. But what did he do? He waited, he watched them all go across, and then he waited for his teammates to come up and then isolated and collapsed. They did just such a fantastic doing it, Sean. Amazing. This is easily the best game of Control I've ever watched. Yeah,
you know it's a problem and how dominant a team can be when, there's 20 seconds left and I started hearing like CDL music in my head. I'm like, oh yeah, this one's done. Like, it's a wrap. The skirt's in full effect. It was just clinical. And that's the best way we could say it. We've punched that word into the ground over the course of 2 weeks, but with how clean this defensive hold was, and with the final offensive round from Vengeance essentially coming down to a TDM, they said, we got a minute 40. We're not going to use that just to get onto the point. We're going to make sure we get ourselves enough kills so we can focus on playing numbers and stacking on B to make sure we lock up that final tick. Like, that is just textbook Control, and that is one of the cleaner games of Control and Gavutu that you're going to see the entire year. I don't care whether it's North America, whether it's Europe. In Challengers, that was a perfect way to play Control. Wardy was excellent. Weeman, excellent. Denza, across the board, every single person on Vengeance had one of their best Control games they've had so far in the season. You can see how it worked out. 34 offensive kills for Wardy. 34. Look at the other side. 4 for Yako, 18 for Super. Wardy had almost 40 kills solely on an offensive round. That's the stroke I'm having, okay?
I'm mind blown. Like, wow. 28, 34, 30, 18. I mean, but regardless, Denza had 21 non-traded kills. Crazy stuff across the board. 4.83. Let's see. Kills round. Like, insane. They did just such a fantastic job. There's really nothing more to say. They dictated the pace of the game. They controlled it. And even in situations where they could have been in trouble, they knew how to capitalize on that. Like, they knew how to counter it. And they just kept doing it throughout the whole entire game. And it was just really hard for Sucre's Bakery to counter back, like they have an issue with that where maybe they're, when they're struggling, they don't know how to break out of it. It's like they start funneling and single pushing. And when you get into that rhythm, you just keep doing it. It's like your brain just keeps repetitively doing it. So yeah, that was clinical, good stuff from Vengeance. And man, if the first hardpoint was scary, but now double Berlin, what are you thinking, Sean?
I'm thinking sometimes esports boils down to two teams who one is clearly better. Like, I'm not even trying to joke. Like, that, it's the beauty of any competition. Yeah. Sometimes they're a team that is just clearly better. In the response so far, Vengeance have been clearly better. They have been outslaying their way through the majority of their situations. And when you don't have to rely on tactile interactions between hardpoints to be able to get yourself through a series, and you can literally just outgun your opponent, I think this Berlin hardpoint's going to go the way of Vengeance, and it's going to be pretty one-sided. So we go into the bookend part of this series, this best of 5, the final one on the main stage here for Europe, before we, of course, take a break, come back from North America later on. But we have Berlin back-to-back. So if we go to an S&D, it could go the distance like another round 11, but the fact that it's a hardpoint coming up with how Vengeance just played on Gavutu, the ARs look good, the subs look good, their situational awareness looks good. this is a very dangerous map mode combo for Sukri's Bakery. I don't see how Vengeance are going to get surprised by anything going into this.
No, I think I agree with you there. Again, Sukri's Bakery is a great team. I think they still need... They have the magic. They have the potential. But the consistency there, and I mean, looking at the Berlins that they've played, they haven't won a Berlin. And yeah, I mean, just from clinically from map 1, even in the hard point on Tuscan, it felt like Vengeance again was in the driving seat the whole entire time, regardless of the stat line. It's 250 to 215.
Yeah,
it just really felt like Vengeance controlled that map, the pace of it the whole time. It was Sukri's Bakery that was kind of like picking up more scrap. And yeah, with a map like Berlin, you think about the first hill. Okay, you can run away with the first 2 hills. So if Vengeance has the start that they did map 1, they're just gonna run away. I think because they did it in the control, they essentially did it in the hard point. Search and destroy was close, but that's just it. They overall right now, how they're playing, yeah, I agree with you. They look like a better team.
Yeah, you're going to have to turn the Super's Bakery back into the Sukri's Bakery for a full team effort. Like, you're going to need Eric Boom to step up, Yako to step up, and unfortunately, like, we've hit that point consistently today, but that has been what's required because this team has been having to play above their normal cadence. They've had to play Toronto Ultra Academy. They proved they could do it in Game 5. Now you're playing a Vengeance squad that, with their worst performing player that was Denza, has now suddenly turned into their best performing player, and everybody else is fed off that. And all of a sudden, this series comes down to a Berlin hardpoint in Game 4, where the slaying has been on Vengeance side. I don't know if it's the COD gods today. I don't know if it's just everybody woke up cracked out, but it seems that Vengeance have figured out the recipe to get themselves through these respawns, and they've been doing it quickly. These have not been drawn out. The hardpoint didn't go to the final rotation. The control didn't go to the last round. We talked about this Vengeance squad winning in 3-0 and 3-1 fashion. I have a feeling it's a large part because of the respawns, because they are that dominant. Now, getting into the Berlin hardpoint, this one could decide it all, but for Sukri's Bakery, you have to match the slaying, and that goes through the subs.
Indeed it does. And I mean, starting off hot, Eric Boom and Yako do manage to take down 3, so that leaves Wardy left alone. Yako with the chase, and there they go. Clean sweep. So we mentioned the sub pressure, and that is from Eric Boom, starting off 3-0 right now, looking to lock down and stop the cutoff pushes from Fire. So it does take down 2, and now on a 5 streak, does get taken down. I was going to say maybe able to get out of the way, but still, Vengeance able to clean it up. Thinking about that rotation to P2. It's Vengeance who are set up. So now Sukri's Bakery, this is a situation, again, what we talked about, where Vengeance do set up and slay out, hold these next 2 money hills. I mean, they can run away with it.
Yep, solid opening. Now we go to the mailroom. P2 on your screens. A lot of time still left in this game. Plenty of time, but let's get into our next hard point. As early on, it's Wardy and Vengeance inside the point, so hard point for Vengeance. We'll see what happens on the outskirts. Yako open it up with a kill, make it 2, sub in hand, but here comes the break. Potential push for the moment. It's going to be a 1-hit starting off for Sukri's Bakery, and I think he might get cleaned up. Super, shots ring out, and Denza trying to respond. He will. 3 more dead, and very early on, the contest will not be there. Vengeance finding the kills, and they push themselves out the point.
Yeah, and huge kills from Weeman, by the way, on this dock side. Killed Sukri on the rotation, and look at, he just continues to lay down here and just wait patiently and locks it in. That's really all he needs to do, but they're going to have to start thinking about the rotation to P3 on that Fireside lobby, and Sukri's Bakery just, you know what, at the end of the day, chalk the scrap time back up, and Denza's going to have to fight his way forward. So leading the charge does tag up Sukri, but he's going to have to wait for his teammates. So you see, look at how far forward Eric Boom is pushing out. He's got to be careful, though. He's going to have to back up, and Denza's still staying alive, does fall. So now on that dock side, back right, you see Weeman kind of just locking it down, waiting patiently, and he does get 2. That's huge, but he has to hurry up because members of Sukri's Bakery is still going to spawn in that back area. Yeah,
it's only 3 hills, but you give a little, you get a little. And now you look for the break. Nicely done, Ellen. You called it out as well. Eric Boom playing through the back. You had to find that hurry up from Super, but Eric Boom with an automaton in hand has been able to find 2. So it potentially makes that break through the hard point a little bit easier. And here comes Yako. Needed to win that gunfight, but luckily, Sukri there for the reinforcements, and more importantly, the break. 30 seconds to go, and positioning inside the point all of Sukri's Bakery, but 2 will fall thanks to Wee Man. Now another challenge, a little bit of chaos inside the point as nades fly out, but when all is said and done and the dust settles, it's all blue in the kill feed, and with that, we look at the rotation. So bring your eyes over to the top side of the minimap. Super just wins a ridiculous first engagement, and he's going to fly away and keep his life. If he gets towards the back of the train tracks uncontested, he locks down spawns here and gives his team a chance to break.
Oh, and this is the setup from Vengeance right now. Pushed up train station. Maple does fall in the back, but at least he's still going to spawn back there where he can easily just pick up the back the back carts. So now Super looking to break through the warehouse side. It's going to have to collapse on. He does manage to take down one, but still, all members of Vengeance clear out the point and no one contests the time. But still, it is Denza, it's Wee Man, it's there, train station. Now all members of Sukri's Bakery flooding in through one lane. That's exactly, I feel like, what Vengeance wants. They just control the pace of the map, and they consistently do it over and over again.
Yep.
Maple slaying out, pushing out. Now all they got to do is just push forward, rotate. That's exactly what they're doing.
Open 20 seconds, make it about 30 going the way of Vengeance, and they're our first team to cross 100 points here on Berlin in Game 4. Remember, this series is 2-1 Vengeance, of course, with the lead. If they win this, they win the series. We will not be going to a Game 5, no cigar. Yako, with 2 kills in a row. Maybe starting to break the tide for the moment, but Sukri's Bakery just can't get themselves into the point. Finally, they do. How long will it last? Denza disrupting just a bit, and we will trade. Both sides getting 2 apiece, but into the point we go. Denza winning another big one on a Yako. He gets himself inside, but the reinforcements are there for the cleanup, and now you look for numbers. Sukri's Bakery desperately needing 20 or 30 seconds off this point.
Indeed they do. And the plays from Denza, too, just to zone out and just keep members off the point. But look at Wee Man. Aggressively, just confidently getting in the point, pulling out the MP40, doing everything he needs to do to lock down this site. Denza getting 3, pushing through train station, getting 4, almost a 5th. Sukri's Bakery still spawning that P1 area, but regardless, look at the time.
Yep.
All members of Vengeance able to just push forward and keep zoning constantly over and over again. Maple going off, Wardy going off. Wee Man obviously 17-9, having the game of his life right now. They're just slaying out and just getting the kills at the end of the day.
Yeah.
No time to contest. Sukri's Bakery now trapped in fire again. Vengeance just doing the dirty work and doing the do.
I mean, Ellen, it's clean breaks, and the chunks of time they're getting off these holds has pushed this game from what was 100 to 60 to now 175 to 70. It's a 100-point lead because of those last 2 hills. They have chained them together so efficiently. But Eric Boom trying to work through the back. We spot onto his POV. He needs to win these gunfights. He gets 1. Warden will clean up the 2nd, and there's that first push from Sukri's Bakery, but it spells out to literally nothing. They lose the time. They're getting picked apart in the back trains. They have no one in position to contest. Here comes a push from the sidewall. But will it be enough to be able to find anything? A beatdown from the back, shots from Maple, the MP40, the Automaton, any gun he wants. He finds the kills. The hold was uncontested. Another 30, 40 seconds. Now it's 2:05 and counting. A clean rotation over to the train yard. Ellen, this game's getting put out of reach.
Yeah, it really is, and we said that. They just hold a couple of money hills, and it's really hard for Sukri's Bakery to break. Maple slaying out of his mind now in a 4 streak. Close to streaks now. And it's really from the back that it's going to happen, and the pushes in the front. The collapses come in. It's, again, Denza. Everybody's just trading out, streaking out. They just, again, just do such a good job at just zoning forward and doing everything they need to do. Look at that. Isolated in the back. It's 230 now to 72. Not even the 100-point mark.
They got to contest.
This is it.
Like Ellen, you know the deal. They have to contest. You just got to get a body in the hard point. You got to win a gunfight. Denza flies in, Yako dies, Denza wins the gunfight. That's 3 more dead. It's been like 6 dead for 60 years. It's 250 to 72. No one's in a position to contest. Finally, we fly in, but that's the game. That's the series. Vengeance win it. 3-1. 250 to 72, 100-point club. The lobby just dies. It's done. That was one of the most clinical, perfect hard points on Berlin you're going to see. Ellen, I applaud you for doing the analyst work, because you're trying to say, hey, this is what needs to happen. It's just not happening, Ellen. It's literally not happening in this game.
It's really hard, okay? We gotta go through that again, but I'm telling you, it's really hard when you got Vengeance in the driving seat the whole time. Tuscan, 250 to 215, okay? Sukri's Bakery, Driving seat? No, never. Close score, but they always fought for scrap. They took the search and destroy, still 6-5. And again, there was a round that I feel like Vengeance shouldn't have lost. There was this, I can't remember exactly what round it was, whatever, crazy series. Control, Vengeance, driving seat the whole entire time. 250 to 72, not even the 100-point mark.
That's your series.
You can't.
What did we say? If the subs are the factor going into Berlin, this one might not be close. Look what just happened. The subs were the factor, and it was 250 to 72. Like, let's remind you, we were going towards the train yard. It was 100 to like 65. 2 hills later, it's 200 to 70. That's it. That is the game. It is done. Like, Vengeance, you said it perfectly, Ellen. Vengeance literally just, they wouldn't stop killing. There is no hard point when you can't shoot back.
It doesn't matter what spawn that they had, whether it was the front, whether it's the back. It doesn't matter. They knew how to control the map. They know how to do it. And that's what they did. And they punish you for it. They make you funnel into one lane and get in that scramble brain where you're just like isolating and funneling into one lane. And that's exactly what happened. Pre-aim. That's every single time you see Wardy pre-aiming, you see holding something, playing sneaky, but then Wee Man holding down the lanes, the dots. Yeah. Maple was always there early on the rotations, but he was waiting. So you're first to rotate, you're holding those angles, holding those weird angles in a position to where you can get a kill. And again, they just wait for each other. They baited, they traded, they did everything.
Yeah, they really did. Speaking of teams that sometimes find ways to do everything, I'm a big fan of Depa, have been for a while. That Sign Squad, Depa and company, just beat Rocker Academy 3-1. That's off stream, by the way. But Rocker Academy, who were sitting in first place, have now lost to Signs, which, let's remind you that Signs is currently 1-4 in their series. They're 7th place in the region. They now move up a slot. They're in 6th. Rocker's now 5-1. That's their first loss of the season. So if you thought today was going to be standard, I hate to break it to you, but that groundhog lied, and that shadow is not out because we're getting 6 more weeks of absolute chaos. It was a close hard point, I'm told. But Ellen...
okay. And on the flip side, I think
I don't know.
Doge Nation actually is up against Revenge Tour currently right now as we speak. Or excuse me, it's a tie game. It's a tied game. Chaos. So these matches today, you guys, are very tight, very close.
Well,
wow.
I'm being told that the hard point was 250 to 233, and Rocker able to take that, but in the end, they lose the series, and Signs number 7 seed, now number 6. I don't know what the hell is happening with that, Ellen.
The shakeups.
The shakeups are here, and we can only hope that North America is the exact same way. But we thank you for watching the European side of the broadcast, because this has been day 3 of stage 2 of the Challengers Elite Series. Again, we'll be going to a commercial break, but when we come back within an hour, we will have North America on your screens. You don't want to miss it. We'll see you guys then.
I'm so exhausted, I needed the energy, needed to pick me up. I'm in your movie, but this is my cinema. I got the power, I'm built to devour anyone coming against me at tower. I don't cave under pressure. Some of y'all leaving here in the stretcher. Took my time to go and get better. I was reading in the red letters. Ay, hit me with your best shot. I got time today. Feeling like a matador with that Red Bull. Oh, no, you can't stop me. I'm running my own play. For the game win, I came to pin anything that gets in my way. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. We've been here, we done that, we done that. You all know what we came for. You all know what we came for. We've been here, we done that, we done that. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. I'm in the game like EA. Been in my prime since pre-K. Shooting my shot from long range, going over heads like a toupee. Treat every day like payday. Y'all been living so mundane. My work week is Sunday to oh wait, that's every day. Putting in overtime, punching the clock, I'ma get what's mine. While everyone's sleeping, I'm living my dreams. I got a coin that's so divine. Lord, take the wheel like 10 and 2. I'm losing energy, I'm overdue. I've been on the top ropes, hitting my pose. Watch me hit the power moves. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Been here, we done that, we done that. You all know what we came for. You all know what we came for. We've been here, we done that, we done that. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. tune back into the music. You know how to do this. Don't second guess, just not a test. It's not a race, no black or white. Everything's great. No yesterday, never tomorrow. Only the present, that is your gift. It benefits you only if open. Everyone's chosen, beauty of choice. You can stay silent, forget your voice. You can malign them, hold a grudge, or stand before judge. Just stay in your case. Top of the notion that you were just a mere drop in the ocean. This is your moment, fear is a Trojan horse. Will you open or close your doors? Just when you feel like it's too much, just when you feel like you've had enough, take a step back from the edge and take a deep breath. Dance like you'll never, dance like you'll never, dance like you'll never, ever gonna live again. Sometimes you don't like where you live, sometimes you don't really like your kids, sometimes you grow out of your friends, sometimes it's your fault, just admit it. Finger point in the mirror, 3-point back, that's the tearjerker. You can wallow in sorrows, depressed of the past, afraid of the unknown tomorrow, or you can just live in the now. We all trying to figure it out. The rhythm inside of your chest that's keeping you moving, that's the solution. The ball on the floor is hard to ignore, endorphin rush will flush your brains.